As we are once again alive upon the internet. Let's make sure that we are in always with title set and categories set and everything's public and bit rates and audio looking normal. And yeah, let's jump in. Let's matter way grab. And let's grab this character so we have access to the glass rat. Well, sure, you know, we don't even need that. I realize now. And then yeah, let's get set up to work a little bit, yeah, on some guides. Well, I might actually just play the game a little bit first. Because yeah, especially continuation of work on this.
Available, agent.
Agent, I need to debrief
which
with
has a bunch of
Kelso had to go. Said it was safer
boring,
for us if she's not
repetitive
here.
things we need to do to it. But one also that once it kind of gets going, it gets going. Because I wouldn't mind getting that into here and then this guide is kind of done for the purposes that I have in mind for it for now. And then the idea with this guide as well is that later on it gets expanded and expanded upon. Excuse me. But yeah, let's actually let's do a little bit of this and then maybe we go play the game and then we do a little bit more. And we kind of do it like that. Keeping myself going as we go. Yeah, let's actually equip that. So we have an AR equipped. And yeah, let's just start. Let's just go down the list as it is there. And also what we get is that we can just do a bunch of copy pasting. Because for a lot of these it's the same. I just want to have a place where all of this data is kind of there. Because there really isn't anymore. We're just gonna make sure that it's all correct. FF6, lung on the barrel. Yeah. Wait, isn't this the case as well for? Yeah. Interesting. So she has long optics where that one doesn't. I know what we can do is just put a bunch of these in. And then for instance, yeah, we just edited that because it's long optics rail, it's is it different order for different things actually? Is that what's going on? Uptake magazine, under barrel. Uptake magazine, under barrel. Ooh. Muzzle slot for that one, and then oh, it's a different order for each of these. On the barrel, so this magazine. So this one, for instance, as well, it's a magazine as the last. Although that's because it's the FAMAS, right? It didn't used to have a magazine slot. Everything else? Is everything else? No, it's just the FAMAS. Okay. That makes sense actually. The FAMAS didn't have at the start of the game, didn't have a magazine slot. So everything else is optics, magazine, underbarrel, muzzle. Okay. Except was this also? Wasn't this something in a different order? Lexington? Well, was it? No, okay. We'll keep it just everything in that order, even for the FAMAS. Which has its own order. Where's the FAMAS? So long optics, 556, 556, and then short in the barrel. It's also once we kind of have most of the permutations, it's just copy paste. So this is then our first 762. Let's make sure that's long, that's long, that's long. Optics rail, all of them, yeah. So this is all the same. Sitar is going to be short optics rail, right? Yeah, short optics rail. Five, 556, and this side slot, right? Let's actually capitalize this. So the game has it, every word is capitalized. So might as well have that. Easier just to copy and paste this. And just there we go. Okay, 50,000. So that actually check over here. And either deck, and indeed, we are once again focusing on paper situations. Except this is digital paper, of course. Yeah. And indeed, doing some paperwork. Yep. Yeah. What an idiot, right? Only thing we can do is just point and laugh and just be sad that humanity kind of sucks sometimes. So, yeah. But yeah, I did find it kind of funny. But I'm curious, like, I think it's not worth it for me to actually, like, enter that conversation. But I would be curious, actually, why he thinks I can't complete anything above challenging when, like, you know, what literally any of my contents, like any build showcase is gonna be, you know, there's gonna be some hardcore or a heroic gameplay in there because that's, you know, that's the basic thing that would be in there. But yeah, I had no respect for that guy anyway, so nothing was lost. Long optics rail. Okay, M4. But yeah, some people have some stupid egos. And the best the rest of us can do is just not feed them, but with modern entertainment systems, yeah, it's, you know, quite often you will find that, you know, it's not a weird thing that so often there is, you know, very shitty things about coming out about people that are, you know, in the influencer sphere, let's call it that. That's because anybody who's like seeking attention at some point is gonna also make choices to feed into that, and then also even maybe optimize their choices to feed into that. And the person that kind of can do that, that can just let go of, you know, consideration of basically, you know, being willing to lie, because that's what clickbait and stuff is. There's that those people also have a propensity for being shitty people. Who knew? Except everybody knew. First sight. So short. Let's take this. I'll likely just do a few of these, and then we'll go and play the game a little bit, and then come back to do some more. Kind of keep my sanity by just keeping it instance. Let's, seeing as this is exactly the same as this, let's already copy and paste that. Because honestly, this isn't too much work. It just takes double checking the game on everything and stuff. It's just time consuming. Oh, where's the AUG? So optics, rail, and short. Oh. Let's take the FAMAS, but we'll. One thing I would want to add actually to the end is what fits what. So actually, off the top of my head, I don't know what does fit on a long optic rail that doesn't on a optic rail. So I feel everything fits onto both. Because all of the long scopes are on here. So wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. What's your count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, this actually fits these, of course, as well, and weighted iron sights and stuff like that. So actually, optics rail is better. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't mind actually making a thingy of that. Most of the time it doesn't matter. Does it actually show here on which ones these fit? Resources. No, right? No. Look in the resources menu. No. Yeah, actually, I wouldn't mind making a like, hey, optics rails fits this, long optics rail fits this. Carabina 7. Let's see this one, and then I'll check chat again. So this is long plus long. Plus 556. Long 556. Okay. Oh yeah, let me catch up here for a sec. So those calculations that I'm I haven't watched much of his stuff, but I don't remember ever seeing like any, like, sometimes people have sent me their like videos from Patrick of just like, hey, does this build make sense? Most of the time it's no. Because there's usually like obvious flaws that you just, foundries going into builds with shields and stuff. It's just like with a lot of shields or blue cores, it's just like, no, especially since the buffed motherly love, like just take that or something. But I don't think I've ever seen them have any calculations in the videos. So assaulting is the best modifier for the actives, yeah. I mean, it just puts your red to 5. So the thing is also kind of how you're using it, because actually if you're getting your passives up and then triggering it, like for a red build, you could make a case actually for the skill efficiency and stuff like that. But also, like, is that useful? Because you could go with electronic link, and then, because that gives you skill efficiency for every red core that you have. Because on the assault link, it sets your red to 5, but then you get weapon damage for every non-red core. Which actually with like Memento or something can be pretty good. Thing is though that I end up just using, for the modifiers, I just end up using just the passive, basically. I just take it to 5 and then just keep it there and then just have bonuses most of the time. But that's also not weird. I'm usually towards consistency. Or, I lean towards preferably consistent output over like just for a little bit. Sorry, no. Indeed. And yeah, I'm having a pretty good day, except I got dealt at there. But yeah.
Escape to quit.
Except for that, yeah. And actually, yeah, yesterday, long day of work today, just kind of relaxing and just getting my. I'm getting too old for like 12-hour shifts and stuff of running around and just being active for. I just get up the next day and I'm just broken. So it's not, yeah. But also actually, so that was likely the last evening that I have until like August somewhere. So I'll be working a few afternoons here and there, but I can at least do my evening streams. So likely for the coming time. And yeah, I'm gonna kind of focus. Oh, apparently a lot of people got disconnected because there's a positioning queue. So likely a server died there. Wait, what was the typo? Oh wait, do I have a typo? Or wait, did I not do? Did I not do? If you know, you know, right? No, that's right. All right.
Entering safe area.
Day when nobody comes knocking is a good day.
Agent, priority objective available.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Time to pull rank. I mean, We could, yeah. But oh, well, we'll just make fun of him. Just want to check that Striker plus or Negotiate Dilemma plus Perfect is still good build for 4-man Legendary. I mean, yes. If you're okay running Focus, that's the biggest deal of it. Nowadays, it's just, you don't need to, especially with, you know, if you have your everything kind of maxed out and you have decent grading and you have a decent team with you, you know, all 3 people are kind of set up pretty well. You're going to blow through Legendary with just Obliterate Striker. And that's much easier than trying to, you know, use Focus. But yeah, you can still do a lot of damage with Focus. A lot more than, you know, Chest Striker or Obliterate Strikers or anything like that. The thing is, it does come, of course, you know, with its downsides. But what I would say works pretty well still is like if you have, you know, 2 people kind of set up as Chest Striker and then the 3rd person as a Focus Striker. They can kind of focus down the heavy things and kind of kill mini tanks and stuff a little faster than, for instance, yeah, Chest Strikers or something good. Especially, you know, if it's coordinated and they can kind of get set up and then engage. And that can make quite a difference. But then having basically, yeah, not everybody run Focus, but like 1 person and they're, you know, they're kind of defended by the others. I have the stash book. I'm just gonna log out and log in. What I can already say is that this doesn't have. Wait, actually no. Which one doesn't the thing have? Definitely doesn't have a long underbarrel. Or does it actually have a long? That's. Because the PDR definitely has 1 mod slot less, man.
Safe area detected.
Which one it was? Okay, grab my stash. Yay.
Priority objective available, Agent.
Shut up, Anna. I should just grab
I need to
something.
debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
There, yeah, it doesn't have underbelt. That's what it is. So it's short optic rail. Then find one for. I didn't find one for. Solo legendary. The thing is, I don't generally like even recommend soloing legendary. There's really no reason to do that unless you want the challenge. But also, if you want the challenge, it's very specialized for each of the ones. Basically, you can just stick a memento on a striker and get by pretty far. But yeah, I just generally don't recommend just doing solo legendaries at all, really, unless you want the challenge. I'll link actually because also somebody else already does that, and they do a much better job of also explaining, because it's not about the build, especially with legendary, especially solo legendary. So this is Mr. Toasty. Mr. Toasty does a lot of solo legendaries, but then also he has made guides for other people. So there is, for instance, if you have to go a little bit further back, but they're all still relevant. So how to clear solo legendary title, Roosevelt, Capital, and yeah, D-Way and stuff like that. And he has some build recommendations in there as well. As I would say as well, if you're doing solo legendary, it's gonna behoove you to kind of personalize the build to your playstyle quite a bit, or to the fights. So. But it can likely be a pretty good place as a first start there. No, Brooklyn open world areas do not have targeted loot. They do have targeted loot. It doesn't show up when you're inspecting from other places. It's just a visual graphic here when you inspect it like this, because actually you can see here there's the tiniest bit sticking out of some gear or some brand set or something. The icons are kind of down there. They're just misplaced. But if you're actually in Brooklyn and you bring up the target loot, it'll show which target loots it is for these 2 zones. It's just visual.
Emergency exits.
But yeah, the open world does have targeted loot there. You can tell because stuff will drop and it'll get marked targeted loot. Cancel the challenge. That too as well. I can't even solo challenging missions, so what would I know of what would I know of legendary? And yeah, if you're not in on the joke yet, somebody accused me of, or you know, I very confidently said that I apparently can't solo legend or not even heroic. It's challenging. Because that's a thing that like you accuse people of in, you know, on the school playground. That's kind of what it felt like almost. It's just like, you know, nuh-uh, I had intercourse with your mom. Dad? So 556, but not short. But yeah, especially coming extra rich coming from somebody who, you know, already doesn't have really a good reputation in the community to begin with. It's not as bad as some of the, you know, worst of the worst, but there is, yeah. But that's just because the worst of the worst is actually so bad that it's kind of hard to keep up with them sometimes. ACRs, both of them the same. Yeah, optics rail, long on the barrel, 556. Okay. AKs. So long optics, so the same as here. I should check that the military also has the same. I actually don't know if any, because yeah, definitely there are sometimes, you know, between weapons for instance, the G36 is here. There's one like with short on the barrel suddenly in between, and especially with SMGs. But I'm not sure if there's any weapon where the optics rail goes from like short to optic to long or something like that between variants. And TKB. Oh, long. Oh, actually, wait, what didn't I take? I take from there. Took from there. Yeah, that's it. Needs to be 762, of course. Not that that matters too much. Let's get it right. Let's do the SMGs here as well, and then maybe we gotta do some stuff and then come back. And it's gonna split it up over multiple moments and then just so we don't actually go brain dead. So optics rail, and you know, new size here in 9mm. And short. Okay. SMG 9. So short, and then those two. I mean, muzzle, yeah. Actually, maybe I want to do this differently. Because that would make it easier to spot which one is missing. So if I have under barrel and the muzzle, just have it like this, and then just a dash and then nothing. Having it always be the 4, and then this way we can kind of much more easily. Yeah, let's maybe do it like that. Yeah, I put an X there or something? Nah. What's that like? Nah, maybe we do. Yeah. I'll make it easier to spot which mod is missing, right? Yeah, let's do it like that. And maybe we do X.
Evacuation drills will be conducted once per week. Please familiarize yourself with the emergency exits.
It's likely going to be that as well. Hold on. Catch up here for a second. Kind of in my own world. Sell a legendary. That's not true either. There's thing is, there's some obvious choices. Let's just memento, sticking a memento in there. But yeah, especially soloing legendaries is much more than build, is about the player's skill and knowing what's going to happen. Those two things are just honestly much more important than the build, because with those two things, you could do it with a striker, you could do it with a heartbreaker with a memento in there, a striker with a memento in there, or Umbra with a memento in there. Like the build itself at that point, like, yeah, it's handy to have something like strikers, which just can output damage. But it's much more about knowing what's going to happen and having the tool set to deal with it. What the deal is, Auckland uses BS, yeah. Yep. Agreed. And I just helped. Then we're reading. Well, glad you were having fun. Your PvE Shady build is clearly better than Catharsis for damage. For damage, yes. Of course. You can always... that's also why I like that other SMG one kind of exists with the Coyote. That spot is very customizable, like what you put in as the mask. I don't mind Catharsis, especially against, for instance, rogues and stuff. The thing is, though, it really depends on what they put out, how effective it is, which is kind of annoying sometimes. Because if they pull out a sniper rifle, it takes a while for them to get to get stacked up on the Catharsis. But if they pull out the SMG or something, it's actually a really good piece. So. But yeah, you can stick in a Coyote. It's actually... That's a shotgun one, is character 5, right? This one. 16. No, I don't have that anymore, right? Yeah. But yeah, you just have to balance your crit a little bit. You would be in short range, so you don't even need... to set up to have a gap for the Coyote. That's also why I went with the Catharsis, I think, here, just because then if we're putting in a Coyote, like, one of these crit chances should go to something else because you'll get a crit chance from that. But you could also take out the Coyote or the Cheska. Actually, the Cheska would drop you to 50. You could be 56 with the Coyote, and then even in mid-range you have a little bit of a gain. That one might be the way to go. You just take Grupo or something instead, just to drop a little bit of crit chance, and then every piece keeps crit chance, and then Coyote comes in, and then you'll be 56 or whatever the other number will become, and then you have a gap enough for it. Actually, I'm out here actually, looking at that one, but a Coyote would be more damage just by itself. Catharsis isn't that much damage; it's more survivability. Oh yeah, let me get you all the way. This thing there. Either good or stupid question. Those are the best ones always. Is there any hidden stat to the weapons that have 3 or less modification slots than 4? For example, why would anyone have a honey badger instead of any AR with other mod? There is. So the bases to the weapons, that's not a stupid question at all, because yeah, a lot of people would see that as a thing. But for instance, here, these are the burst and sustain tables, and especially this base damage. So this is the value the weapon hits for, and then this gets, this goes into the calculation, and, weapon damage times this, and detox and crit, and everything goes on top. And as you can kind of see, those weapons that have 1 mod less, like the Honey Badger is above the FAMAS, if we're just looking at the base values. But then, of course, when we take it to a build, the Honey Badger and the F2000, for instance, here as well, the F2000 is way higher than a Lexington, but then on actual build, they fall underneath it. So they have compensation. Generally, what I call it is they have compensation in their base. And for a lot of weapons, actually, it is nowadays the better move to go for the weapon that has 1 mod less. Very consistently, they are actually better than the non-version. So not, for instance, for the F2000, but if we look, for instance, at SMG, the SMG 9, which is 1 mod less, is actually higher than the SMG 9A2. So you would actually want the SMG 9. And you're giving up that 1 mod, but it has enough compensation in its base that it makes up for it. Also, yeah, if you haven't seen these before, these all live in here in the DPS table folder, so you can go have a look. And especially in the DPS folder, so yeah, you have the base amounts, and these are, yeah, for instance, we're not accounting that this has 1 mod less because this is without a build. But that's also why you want to look at the ones on build. And then, for instance, as well, the MG5 is actually better than the infantry MG5 nowadays. The 6 CQB is better than the, or 716 CQB is better than the 716 and stuff like that. So nowadays it's actually better. But yeah, it's not obvious from just looking at the game. You kind of need to look at the base values of the gear and the weapons. That's, for instance, as well. These are kind of in the order of how I recommend them in this guide. And yeah, the SMG 9, which has actually 1 mod less, I'm recommending higher than the SMG 9A2, just because it actually has enough compensation. See the target loot. You can't on that one though, can you? Like when you're just inspecting from afar, because this is the only place it actually breaks is here. But here you have no camera controls or even like rotation and stuff. I'm trying to like do the rotation thing. But this is the map that it breaks on. Also, so actually these icons isn't the correct one, because I think this is the little tippy of the Fenris. but they seem to be showing different. But also, actually, if you're in Brooklyn and I don't remember if it was DC or New York. If you're in Brooklyn and you're looking at one of those maps, but if you're on the map itself, it shows correct, which is kind of interesting. Wait, you need to zoom in a bit first. But also, I tried zooming in there. Although, wait, maybe is it the zoom? No. Okay. Yeah, that's a good tip. Yeah, sorry. But I don't think it's actually these two. Oh, it's the tip of Walker and Harris, actually. Is it Walker and Harris and Richter and Kaiser? Let's go see, because I think actually the other time it was like showing X0. You could see the head of X0, and then when you go there, it wasn't. Let's go see. I guess, yeah, I hadn't tried zooming in or zooming out on that.
Agent?
Wait, can you actually zoom in? Yeah.
Kelso had to go.
So that's also
Said it
the
was safer
thing.
for us if she's
Yeah,
not
it's,
here.
there it was Walker and Harris and something
Safe
else.
area entered.
And then when we get here, it's not. So, and also when you're looking from, was it this one? Yeah. So when you're looking from here, wait, can you zoom in here? Oh, okay. I never knew that actually. Guess I just never tried zooming on that map. But yeah, if you're looking from Brooklyn and you're looking at DC, like the missions are in the right spots, but all of this is broken for some reason. I have no idea why. Just wonkiness. Ah, neither I see. That's actually interesting that we have. Do we always have camera controls there? I mean, yeah. The thing is, though, that usually when looking at, especially from DC to New York and New York to DC, like actually that map is kind of perfect because it shows the whole map. So I guess I just never try to zoom in. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. New season, new bags. There's minor stuff, right? Because we can always travel here and just see everything here. Wait, does it show the other ones correctly then? Let's F12 here. So Rigger, AR, Cavalier, and Hotshot. Let's go back to DC. Does it actually show like all of them incorrect? Also, wait, so Grupo, Richter and Kaiser, and let's actually see if these are here. Is it just kind of like misstretched or something? Or is it just also these ones aren't actually on this map? That's a weird load.
Safe area detected.
Yeah, for instance, even those three, because yeah, Grupo, Richter, Kaiser, and Eclipse. Not on this map. Are they from here? Oh, it's this. Oh, so it's showing this. That's such a weird thing to have, because yeah, group of Eclipse and Walker and Harris is here. What? Wait, which ones did it show here then? Oh, there you go. Actually, yeah. So, okay, so this is this, and it's just missed, like, yeah. So it's pulling the wrong data. And actually, the other two disappear if you're kind of looking at it from certain angles. Okay, so yeah, it's yeah. But yeah, the rest of it seems, yeah, the missions and stuff seem all okay. Same actually for DC when we're looking. But at least now we kind of know what's going on. So yeah, when you're going there, it's showing the New York ones. At least when you're on the map, whatever map you're on, it's showing correct. So you can always just go there and check. It's a loading screen. Indeed. What the F? And is when they're fixing directives and summit bugs by chance? Do you mean the directives in the summit? Because then aren't those fixed already? The thing being swapped? Because yeah, not Ragers. No regen and server's having some issues. No regen and Pistolero were swapped, but they're swapped back, right? The other ones, yeah, no real thing yet, but you can always fix them yourself. Just go, like if you want to have it in DC, go to New York, turn everything on, then turn everything off, and then come back and then turn everything on again. That usually sets it correctly. So it's you know, player fixable for the time. So every time I log in, yeah. Well, the thing is, it's basically it's on, and then if you have it, like for instance here as well. One time we logged in, it was cool or scavenge skills showing. But this character, for instance, I'm keeping Ragers on the whole time. But yeah, those oh well, likely a bunch of people figured that, but these methods I've been trying that.
Safe area
Oh.
entered.
Agent, I need to
We
debrief with
were
Schaefer.
dealt that by the time we
Kelso
had
had to
gotten
go.
back to Brooklyn,
Said it was
from
safer for
Brooklyn
us
to
if she's
DC.
not here.
But yeah, going off to one of the other maps, turning everything on, turning everything off, and then going back seems to, and it seems to basically, at least for me till now, every time it's been fine every time. Oh, that one in there. Yeah, let's actually finish this off. Because let's finish off the SMGs and then we'll go do some stuff and then go from there. And then got the F-tab again. With turning it on and off, everything? But for me, that has been working pretty consistently. Someone going to directives on even though the leader had none on. Weird. Ah, okay. I hadn't run into that yet. Yeah. Wanginess with the directives is kind of an annoyance from last season and this season. But yeah. Hopefully they'll get it together at some point. It would be nice though if we didn't need to work around it ourselves here and there. Short optics, short underbarrel, and then 9 millimeters. Okay, so use this and then add in short. Let's take this optic and then 0.45 ACP. What does the ACP stand for here, actually? Automatic Colt pistol. Okay. I mean, it's just the designation of the cartridge size, right? But I was never gonna guess that. But also, is that a Colt pistol or is that a Vector? MP7. Long, short, and 5.56. It's interesting that they actually put this as 5.56 because this isn't 5.56, right? This is like 6.5 or something else. Actually, let's just grab one from the 5.56s here. That'll be easier. So long. No magazine. Short. 5.56. Yeah, let me catch up here. And he can't. Hardcore legendaries have been great. Yeah, I've actually been catching up on them recently on his videos. And yeah, it's you know, feel the best way to describe them is they are a tour de force of just, you know, showing what he can get away with. Oh yeah, he did also, of course, lose one at some point, but I feel most of us would lose all of them. Lose all our hardcores. 9mm shorts and 9mm muzzle. Okay. The PPs. So long and 9mm. Long and then 9mm muzzle. So 2 X's. Let's make sure both are actually that way. So this is just the PP19 and then enhanced. Long and this is 45 ACP. The sneezes. Wouldn't be surprised actually if I catch a cold about about now. Starting to get cold again, and also yeah, yesterday was kind of pretty rainy. So also I wouldn't mind being sick for a little bit, honestly. Gives me an excuse to not do much. Not that I'm gonna do much anyway, but in the coming weeks. I have a few nice and relaxed weeks actually, so looking forward to making a bunch of videos, and I also need to start making some shorts again, as I kind of that was the one that went up today was the last one I had kind of pre-prepared. So I need to make a fresh batch. Hey, here. Oh yeah, 3 different optic row. That's funny. So this one's optic, 9mm long. Let's put the short here. So So that's the MP5ST, right? Yeah. And then N is short. Optics rail. This one's long optic rail. Yeah, we have basically all three optics rail, and then this one, yeah, is short underbarrel rail. Yeah. Okay. These are 45s, right? No, oh no, these are not. Actually, yeah, it's a Uzi. It's gonna be 9. So short optics rail, 9mm short underbarrel. Or should we just taken that? Yeah, it's fine. 9mm muzzle. Let's make sure both are actually the same. This is the police. This is the police. Open up. Yeah, so that's that. And then black market. Short. Yeah. CMMG Banshee. Pretty sure it's double short, right? And then 9mm. Yeah. Short, 9mm. Yeah. P90. Yep. That is our basis. Oh, and yeah, no magazine slot, of course, and no underbarrel, and then short. So X and X, and then just the muzzle slot. Oh, wait, trying to add one there actually. So Tommy's gun. God damn it, Tommy. Leaving your gun lying around. Actually, this has nothing, right? All the X's. And SMGs is the biggest category of this anyway, so once we're done with that one. Although pistols is also pretty big, but so did I actually have that here as well? Yeah. Yeah, because here we have, oh yeah, okay, that's why. So yeah, this handling wise the best, but then because these other two actually have long on the barrels, but it depends on if you need the long on the barrels, right? Enhanced and AUG. So this is optics roll as well, and then long. Pretty sure I should be sort of same. Optic and long, yeah. And then yeah, the UMP, which is the last ones anyway, because of course they are. So long and long. Do we have that with a 45? No. Let's grab this one. Long optics rail. Long on the barrel. Wait, didn't I just copy this from the... Vector 45? Yeah. Why does it say short? That definitely is a long. That's kind of its purpose at the moment. There we go. Okay, so all of those added in. Yay. So yeah. LMGs to go. Rifles. Shotguns. Pistols. MMRs. But yeah, let's go play the game a little bit because I'm kind of... Let's go shoot something. Let's go murder some gun-toting assholes. It'll cheer me up. You know, let's go do our infrastructure keys thing. That will also be on challenging, which I've been reliably told I can't complete it, so we'll never complete this anyway.
Target is
And I did it. Yeah. I'm indifferent to the man. It's not even worth the hate. That makes sense, man. They don't. But that's no, I don't feel that is anything that actually happens. Like, most of the people I know have the same opinion of him, and it's just, you know, it's a kamikaze wannabe, basically. Just clickbaity, very much just playing the YouTube game. Not a nice guy, and also very
Supply drop.
aggressively offensive, almost. He enjoys being a dick, which, you know, generally not a recommended thing to be. Must be teller. He had to seal any seal. I mean, just had to mod, because keep in mind as well, for bleed mods and stuff, you don't need it to be perfect, because really the highest bleed resistance that you need is 95.1, which is, I was actually forget, is it 95 or is it 95.1 for backfire to not bleed you at all? I remember somebody testing this and us all going, okay, yeah, no, that makes sense, but I don't remember what made sense. Was it having exactly 95 or was it having bleeding over 95? But basically, yeah, you just need to hit 95. So even if you have like 3 8.5s, 8.4s, 8.4s, or something, or, you know, even like 1 5 or something is enough. It's gonna be optimized. I'm gonna be actually, you know, it gives a thing to do. That's one of the few things that is grind, you know, that you have to grind instead of just optimizing. No, look at that, but no, I'm playing it for a she don't make sense. Stuff together. Well, thank you so much, Joe, for the kind word there, Stephen. The thing is, I mean, he, like some of the others, he plays the YouTube game pretty well. And goes for that kind of, you know, just full-on clickbait. But also, yeah, for myself, I would never want to be that. I'd rather sleep well at night. Knowing that, you know, I'm not... At the end of the day, that's just lying, right? Like, at its core, all of that stuff, you know, when you have 17 builds on your, like, very first page of... I haven't counted, by the way. I'm not... Don't quote me on this. But when, like, half the builds on... When I'm just looking at your videos page and half the builds say meta or the best, There's only going to be like 2, 3 bests and 2, 3, 4 metas. If everything's meta, nothing is, right? Like, if that's how you want to live. But then also you have the reputation of those guys. Like, I enjoy having a reputation of people kind of, or having fostered a reputation of people, you know, just kind of trusting if I say something that I'm not doing so just to get clicks or something. And that trust, yeah.
Agent,
To me is
target
much more
spotted.
valuable than a view count.
Good to go.
Oh. Oh, friendly somewhere. What's that sound? But yeah, let's get our infrastructure keys here. Oh, Benzia.
Pastry chef. What am I doing here?
Very indeed. Yeah, he's like, he has that reputation. Like, I know his reputation without even really like looking at his content much. And that usually means that, yeah,
Hostile explosive trap detected.
usually they've made it pretty, they've been pretty on the nose for quite a bit.
Moving to flank. Jesus. Need to
Also, if that's the way they want to live their life, like,
This one's just for you.
good for him.
Friendly control point detected.
You got the target.
I should actually go get the names as well. The Brooklyn names. Free chameleon.
Target
Don't
down.
mind if I
Good
do.
job.
Yeah, let's go get one of those world names. Also, just someone's willingness to even talk about, like, even, you know, the people that I dislike. I wouldn't talk about them openly like the way he was. Especially when, you know, going on and saying, like, they can't even finish challenging missions. Like, what? How's that even an insult to try to, like, even if I couldn't finish it, what does that matter? First of all. Secondly, like, really in Division 2? Like, with modern builds? I'm willing to bet I could have an, you know, somebody who can barely control something. Likely we could get a dog to kind of control a character through a heroic mission. Just by running a skill build. Hey, collectible subset complete, finally. I was missing one of the cards the whole time, and that was just because I had killed the names here on different characters, so I'd gotten different cards on different characters, and then the list underneath seems to still be per character. Does that mean that actually I get the thing as legit? Does it now show this thing here? Because I already have that echo. Does it like just go echo detected nearby when you get there? Maybe. Let's actually go. I wouldn't mind making this map green for this character as well. Yeah, let's maybe just go capture these control points. Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's a run from anywhere. Let's just run from it. Watch for the squad and the first mission research. Yeah. So legendary and hardcore. I'm not sure full Hasbro is gonna actually be useful for there, like for legendary. I feel just having just a striker with a memento is. Because you gotta keep in mind that honestly, you don't want to give up too much damage. Like one of the major things about legendary is finding a good balance between having just enough survivability and then damage, because you still need to kill to get the numbers down. Leaving up a drone controller too many is already like that's gonna kill you. Doesn't matter how much hazard protection you have, or blue cores or other stuff.
Hit some rocks with a sledgehammer until you feel better. Maybe you need a new job.
That sounds like a pretty good list. I nowadays, yeah, I don't watch much of others. Sometimes people just send me links of like, hey, is this idea something worth considering? That's usually more how I see some of the other like people that make build and stuff. God damn it. Oh, this is not even the hoarder. I was like, it's the hoarder. The random patrol spawning in. I wanted to engage this kind of underneath the radar.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Let's see if they let out.
Oh, I don't have the modifier on. What? Yeah. That's the whole reason I'm running negotiating.
Serious trauma detected.
Oh no! I can't even do a heroic control
Agent
point. I should have actually
incapacitated.
called him back up, and then died.
Agent deceased.
But yeah, let's wipe and reset because we don't even have the modifiers on. That's the whole thing I'm trying to run here. And later G-San.
Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
Yeah, I should have called him in just to have the fast travel point. Also, I don't mind. I'd rather still have it as 2 fights. Although within New York not having rogues, it's a little easier. Can I send you a coffee? Is that? Is that feet pics or something? I'm just thinking of like what. Oh, I mean, yes, you can, but also keep in mind that is not needed. And also, if you have some extra money, I should maybe actually add that somewhere. For those who haven't heard, that is in some financial dire straits, and he much more likely than most can use some donations and stuff. There's a GoFundMe for him, and I haven't double checked yet, but I saw that his name got added to the people on the list kind of thing. Let me actually pull up the link here. So if you guys have some extras, just I would say send it that way. I'll put it in here, and then that takes it to here. And yeah, I haven't checked with that if he like, but yeah, his name got kind of added here. So I'm trusting that it's kind of on the up and up. I'll double check as well, but I kind of asked the person up front of like, hey, you scamming? But no, he had also linked it in a few other places, and now he has also kind of died on board. So I would say send the data away. I myself might also like I don't have that much, but I can send some that way. Do-do-do. Well, hopefully he'll get back on his feet. He's not dead. He's just in a shitty situation right now, so. Just most games is just clickbait garbage. Oh yeah, but also that's like, you know, the thing that most people are more interested in anyway. Situation. There is none. That's true for a lot of games. You got to remember that, especially shooters and stuff, just by virtue of the player base that it kind of fosters, you're much more likely, at least for, because you got to remember that actually my kind of content is much more towards in the same style of as it is for like strategy games and stuff like that. That's where you would see, you know, analyses like this, RTSs and grand strategy and stuff like that. And then honestly a lot of like those guys that kind of bring, yeah, basically what would be the same as just Call of Duty style analysis and stuff. I need to actually get out of here. Oh fuck, I forgot to fly.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Because we're shocked as well. I don't get a hive.
Agent deceased.
I realized that just too late there. That's true. Yeah. Like I wasn't around at the time, but for instance, going back and watching some of the stuff, especially for Div 1 of Marco style, I feel like he was in that, in kind of, yeah, in keeping with what I'm kind of trying to do nowadays as well. But didn't get the feeling Vid's really like,
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
a lot of that stuff is just, yeah, just based on the feels, most of it, which, yeah, is the thing we're trying to avoid, because how a build feels and how a build actually acts sometimes don't line up, especially with humans and human bias. Your life is harder right now. Yep. For a lot of people. As someone who has been in that situation as well, it feels pretty. Yeah, let's just call him in as well. What? In the man.
Reinforcements en route.
All that's gonna be left of you is a stain on the ground.
And that guy had blue, but oh, the icons aren't shown correctly. That's annoying. Because yeah, a bunch of these guys have. Wait, did I actually turn on the modifier? I didn't. Only reason I'm running this build is because actually, yeah, let's just die.
Agent down.
Can I respawn before?
Agent killed.
Madami, thank you. Let's respawn on that team and then.
Hostile control point nearby.
So I should have the modifier.
We've always tried to make the hard choice.
Where are we going that way?
Sacrifice a few to save
Making a mess out of this.
sound cold and callous, but that's what leaders do.
Also, the easy way would be just to grab the Heartbreaker tech tank. Just run a full red for a second. Well, actually, what I want to run is actually Negotiator a little bit more. I only feel that, yeah, I kind of forgot about Negotiator with respects to the global modifier. Because, yeah, 10% extra crit chance also for this build. Really important. And impactful. And especially, of course, as well, 100%. But I'm not going to run the active here, I'm just going to solely run it.
Here we go. Let's burn it up.
Running solo tonight. For most of it, I'm just gonna, yeah, stick for a second here to solo, because just gonna capture like a control point, and just gonna capture these 2 control points and then go back to working on that guide a little bit more. I don't want to like get a group together and then feel bad for leaving them. So.
Assholes out of the way.
Because I do want to get most of that guide done today. Or at least, you know, we've done ARs and SMGs, but I still wouldn't mind getting at least 2 more categories done.
Heavily armored hostiles.
Yeah, just doing it all in one go is a bit much.
Where are you? Flush him out and I'll shoot.
Even with like that 6% extra crit chance, this feels pretty good. Because we weren't even on tier 5 yet. Downside of Negotiator is this, like I've only the named left now, and now it just feels, you know,
Vital signs
weaker.
critical.
Like when you don't have anything to spread to.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Get some.
They still haven't destroyed this thing. Maybe we should destroy that thing. That's nice moments like that where I had that other target marked that kind of got away from us there. And that meant we could murder them.
Reloading.
Negotiator also works through miniguns. I mean, any gear set does. Yeah. We can actually
Watch my back. Going for the gun.
mark and crit.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
I'll watch your back. Wait, was that one about? Firing on targets.
Serious trauma detected.
Also, what? A lollipop? It's quite the name.
I've got your back. Radar target. Might be able to see him from over there. Thanks, Agent.
That was very strange. For Division 2?
Supply room access.
Thing is, in Division 2, the calculation has kind of been known for forever. I remember in year 1 already there being plenty of, you know,
We need to lock this area down.
because even in Division 1 times, the thing is going from Division 1 to 2, it did change a little bit, mostly in kind of like the setup of it. Some stuff changed, but basically, you know, if you understood the Division 1, you could kind of shift that knowledge to Division 2 pretty quickly. Thing is though that, yeah, a lot of people were getting it wrong, which was something different. Right? Like people in the know knew, but a lot of people were also, I mean, still to this day, like calling detox multiplicative is just, you know, to me a sign of like you don't know what you're talking about. Still. And how many I could likely find clips in the last 2 weeks from most of the ones that have like more than 50k subscribers or something. Going like, DTalk is multiplicative, DTA is multiplicative, which no it ain't. Or at least that's not the major impactful thing that they have going for them. Or, you know, just calling them multiplicative in comparison to some of the other stats, because they all work the same. They're all additive to themselves and multiplicative to others. So we're in Heartbreaker versus Blue Core Striker. I feel if you're going Blue Core's, Heartbreaker makes a little bit more sense. Depends also on playstyle. Blue Core Striker, you don't need to get close. A Heartbreaker, you kind of want to. Because Heartbreaker by itself, you kind of want to actually close the distance a little bit and get stacking with ACS, because you kind of need to. But also you have the bonus armor to do that a little bit. And it also depends if it's a chest striker or blitz rate striker and kind of what you're doing with it. Striker is still going to be just more consistent most of the time. Speaking of Heartbreaker, let's grab a Heartbreaker Tick Tank. Instead of struggling with the red against those guys, let's just take a Tick Tank. I just want to capture these 2 control points, make this map green again for this character. I just accidentally reset it once. Not that I per se care about keeping Brooklyn and stuff. Because on most of these characters, I do have like New York green, and that's just for the priority objectives. We need hostage rescues and stuff. I just go to New York, that then is green. Also, now that that collectible subset is complete, do I just go to that area and then it just has the echo? I should go check in a sec.
Let's make him pay for that.
Why are we doing this actually? I wasn't intending to.
Access key detected.
I was just gonna clear them out because they were in my way. But and yeah, check here.
Progress halted. Manual override required.
The terminal needs work with negotiators? Not really. I mean, they do their thing, but the thing is that you don't want that with negotiator. So with negotiator, what is happening is, you know, normally you're just splitting in two, or well, you're like spreading the crit. Now what is happening is your damage is getting split into two, and only one side of it is getting the negotiator treatment. The other side, that other half, is not. So you're actually kind of gimping yourself with negotiator and thermal. Thermal is
Progress resumed.
definitely a bad choice with negotiator.
Who do I need to bounce?
Because yeah, that spread damage that is getting, you know, split off. Yeah, that can't crit. So that can't ever spread. So you're just halving your negotiator spread damage. Which, as you can imagine, is really not a great option.
Time's up.
Override required.
MG ready. With the actual bug.
I might have grabbed the control points. Well, actually, no, this is likely a patrol. There wouldn't be this many assaulters. Also, yeah, I need to actually stack. There's always the issue with Heartbreaker, like, you actually need to stack with ACS. Let's go complete that thing here. About a little misconceptions. Oh, yeah. That definitely, I mean, still. It's more now that there is, like, good resources that people can point to. Of like, hey, if you actually want to understand it, like, it's no longer that hard.
Increasing hostile activity in the region.
But yeah, plenty of weird stuff.
Going to wander far from the bridge.
For the guys in the builds, I see. Spreader not working with a thermal bug or intended feature. I mean, we can't really know what's intended or not. Thing is, just systematically, that's how it works. So likely, that's how it's always going to work. Because what it is just that it's the spread damage on negotiator can't, or you know, it's reliant on crit. So the thermal spread damage can't crit, so half of your damage can't crit suddenly now. But that's just more a result of just how those systems work. Also, that's kind of fine because, yeah, like you wouldn't, even if it worked as intended, you wouldn't per se want to run it on negotiator because that's already a build that has, you know, issues with single target. Now you're creating even more issues with single target damage. Just on a practical sense. Even if it worked, you know, in a way where it wasn't a loss.
I'll cover you.
The Heartbreaker at full stacks and such and kind of fully going is actually pretty nice. And as well, I'm not even running great at weapons or anything. I'm not even running Lexington, which would be the better weapon here than the Kingbreaker. Only one directive. I forgot. Like I'm not even running, intending to run directives. I have Ragers on. Just I've been noticing if I just keep it on, then it keeps working when I need it. Because sometimes it is handy to have it for the
Hostile broadcast picked up.
because on this character, this character has the bounty cheese in the world, so I'm just keeping Ragers on all the time. But here I'm not even intending directives. I'm not here for XP. Honestly, I'd rather like not even have the 5 times XP here. But I'm kind of fine with it as long as we're not doing too much farming, and it's over by tomorrow anyway. Because they never actually extended this or something, right? No, so yeah, still 12 hours left on it basically. So tomorrow at 10 in the morning, it's over. Because I'm kind of curious even. Also while we're here, actually, let's do that. How many? I did 100 levels. So I did 20 levels. Yeah, let's do defense. But was assuming I was going to stand on top of that.
Hostile broadcast
Instead of
detected.
jumping that.
Reinforcements incoming.
That seems kind of dangerous. That whole tree should have caught on
Incoming
fire.
hostiles detected.
Flare through a like autumn-leaved tree, which is already dry and stuff. Suddenly the whole tree's on fire, and then the control point's on fire.
See you on the other side.
How are you not on fire?
Lost one.
I'll do some stacking first. And also, yeah, next week we'll have global event in the 1, so we'll be spending quite a bit of time there. And I want to make this the week that, well, this week and next week, kind of, the week where we kind of finish up a bunch of those guides. Because the weapon one is almost done.
Reinforcements
Then I want to
in
put some
place.
time into the skill one, just get that kind of in place. And also maybe start turning the skill one into some videos.
You're
And then also the masterclass, the Fire Eclipse masterclass.
Heavily armored.
So I haven't decided if I want to maybe, instead of making it Fire Eclipse, make it a just Eclipse masterclass. But I think that might just be because Foam Eclipses by themselves and Fire Eclipses by themselves is each of them is already, you know, a pretty hefty
Heavily
subject.
armed. Hostile supply convoy nearby.
I'm out of ammo!
But we'll see. Right.
Cover me. I'm hit.
Oh, for me especially, one of the reasons like I just avoid kind of the 5 times XP. It's to me it devalues the rest of the playtime. Like why grind outside of any time outside of the 5 times? And I kind of like the rate at which, you know, I'm accustomed to my SHG level going up. It's suddenly just jumping up 1,000 just because there was an event on. Like to me that just actively feels worse. You know, if I grinded and I got 1,000 levels or something, I would likely not do it to begin with, but also if I did, I would at least feel good about it. It just being just because, oh, there's just, you know, there's just an event on, so I got an easy level, 1,000 levels. It's just like it devalues every other level that I have already. So I just avoid the 5 times. To me, they're a detriment, not a bonus. I'd rather not. It's kind of like doing drugs. It's all fun and nice when you're high, but then, you know, it's the time before and after that gets shitty.
Hey, back off!
But also now at this point, like I'm also not going to advocate for like, hey, don't do it anymore or something.
Detected. Hostile.
Once that
supply
Pandora the
convoy
box is
heavily
open,
armed.
like you can't put that genie back.
Supply room access unlocked.
No, you just have to live with it. To make new builds for, I can understand it a little bit for instance, yeah, newer players and stuff. Thing is though that, yeah, the watch points, like, which I'm guessing you're hinting towards. In my case as well,
Detecting additional
I have a little bit of
contacts.
privilege, right? Like I have, like with the reset, I have enough resources to last me a while.
Picked up.
What the fuck are you doing there?
And that would also, yeah, if I actually needed resources and such, I would maybe make that choice. But then I would be much more in favor for them to change the, you know.
What the hell?
To me, this feels quite a bit like, yeah, we're just to relieve the pain. We'll give you a ton of pain, you know, opiates, and then oh, you got addicted to the opiates. Thing is also, yeah, I don't begrudge it for anybody else, but for me, I would very much in that week, for instance, or thing was as well, for a long time, the 5 times was, for instance, for 3 days. Usually on the weekends, when usually one of the days I'm working as well. Or this week even, you know, I would have had one day less. I would grind my, like I have 2 accounts. I would fully grind, try to get, you know, all the levels. I'm very likely to burn myself. It becomes much more about that, just protecting myself from myself as well.
And the beauty people can possess when they are truly free and
But yeah, to me, it's still like it's a bad implementation just because of how it's.
beautiful.
I see way too many people going way hard in the 3 times and the 5 times and burning themselves out. You know, it wasn't worth it anyway to get any of it because you're not sticking around to make use of it. It's just the burnout factor for a large part.
sledgehammer until you feel
At least this season, yeah, they didn't do any like 3-day 5 times, but those really are were shitty. But then they did a 5-day one. Lady, what are you? What?
You're going up in flames!
Why are you all the way back here? Why am I doing this like this? That's sidetracked.
Access key detected.
from a bridge until the birds and rats took what was left of his useless body.
Supply room access unlocked.
Like 2 days. I mean, easily. Why 2 days? It's 200 levels. Yeah, that's easily. Well, it's not easily doable in a day. But if you have a 6-hour day or you have 6 hours available on the first day, you know, that's not outside of the realm of reason if you're really like pushing it hard. And even in like, yeah, if you have a 10-hour available or something, that will be more than enough to. 10 hours would be 20 levels an hour. Like that's
Override required.
doing activities and stuff would be enough to get that.
Out!
And then add to that
For that!
I'm surrounded.
there is some things you can abuse on top. At least they didn't put it together with Kenley this time.
Supply room access unlocked.
But yeah.
If you're looking for a little
Because keep in mind that, for instance, even I've done that in the past. Back when the season system was 100 levels, like on the first day, getting through 100 levels, we would just bounty cheese for like 4 or 5 hours. Just go do the activities with a team of 4, get a bunch of bounties, go bounty cheese, go back, and then go back, and then kind of go through it like that. And yeah, usually like a 4-hour stream on the first day of the season, I would get through the 100 levels. So you would just need double that for 200 becoming 1,000. So, and also we weren't even doing it like in the most optimal way because we're kind of, you know, actually looting and cleaning up and stuff. If you don't clean up and stuff, it's even faster. You just leave all the loot. There we go. Actually, you know what? Let's take this to... Let's go do that priority objective there. Get an extra exotic component out of it. And then we'll go back to the guide for a little bit. 2 bridges. Let's go be over here. But they never touch grass. What's grass? Why would you touch grass? That seems disgusting.
Safe area
Did you know
detected.
animals poop on grass? I wouldn't touch grass without a glove.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer.
No,
Kelso
not
had to
even.
go.
Oh yeah.
Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Yeah. That's. I mean, if you have your. I've grinded out in the past with like several hours of, for instance. Oh, hey there, seller. And thank you so much for the raid there. As always, much appreciated. But yeah, for instance, in the past, I've done the what was it? The convoy farming. We would do that for like 3-4 hours. For me, it was much more because we were doing it in a team of 4 back then and such, and I would enjoy it for just us trying to go as fast as we could. Not so much about like just leveling SHD and stuff. Because at the end of the day as well, I think like maybe 1,500 SHD levels or something of mine are from that. But it was very much about just like optimizing and trying to like, okay, we jump here, you go get this one, and then like we jump all together and then try to spawn camp them and, you know, try to get as many levels in an hour. And that for itself is kind of fun. Same. You can do the same here as well. Like try to create your own fun just by trying to go as fast as possible. Like speedrunning, you know, is a thing, and you can speedrun anything. And hey there, Ricky. And hey there, Seller. Hey, yeah, happy weekends indeed. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you had some fun. As yeah, over here we're doing just some random shit. Accidentally doing a priority objective here. Just to clean that up. And then actually I'm gonna jump back to because we're working on a little bit of a guide here, which needs some more work. Anyway, we did some work on it. Now we're playing around a little, and then we'll go back to working a little bit more on it, and then play around some more, and that way I don't completely hate myself. Also, actually, yeah, this week I want to totally get a better purple weapons. And then try to actually do the missions. Maybe actually later on we'll do that a little bit. I'll grab, because yeah, I don't want to do any of the main missions of Brooklyn until I have better weapons, but the other two, like minor missions, just missions, maybe we bang those two out on purple. Actually, I was kind of thinking of maybe even turning that into a video. I wasn't intending to, but what we just do just as a kind of as a challenge run, kind of those kind of videos that exist. And as well, it could actually be an, you know, story progress through Brooklyn kind of video. For those that haven't gotten Brooklyn. I think that could be kind of fun.
Over there! They're in the open!
We're done!
Let's get an exotic component. I'm actually not gonna grab that. Yeah, let's take it back to base. And hey there, old Danny. Art Museum purple build. Yeah. Although I might take the easy way out, because there's always. I'm saying purple build. I'm not saying red purple build, right?
Safe area.
Because that's a big difference. I can always skill build through that, like Turtrone build, because we also have that as a purple.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso
Let's
had to
grab
go.
another priority
Said it
just so
was safer
Anna
for us if
doesn't.
she's not here.
Anna doesn't say anything. It's a medium, so this is likely two propagandas. But yeah, we're not per se doing that. Let's get cleaned up again, and yeah, let's do the LMG section.
Nice to see you, Agent.
I actually need a few ACSs. That was a detox ACS one. It's expensive, so I'll just hold out for better ones. I'm not in a hurry. I want a few brazen ones. Yeah, let's actually equip an LMG, so we see the LMGs on top. Likely as well, with LMGs we can copy a bunch from the AR category. Let's grab this one first. Is the MG5s 5.56 or are all of these 7.62 actually? It's basically most of the rest here is 7.62, isn't it? Oh, it's actually 7.60. Let's take some 760 then, because I think only the L86 I'm definitely sure is 5F6. This thing is starting to look pretty complete and good looking. I'm happy with how it's turning out. Oh, MG5. Long optics rail, ammunition belt slot. Ammunition belt slot. And a short underwear rail. Actually, before I remove that 762, I'm gonna stick this already here. This doesn't have a muzzle. And Mark 46s. Oh, these are 5.56, really? Oh, actually, yeah, this would be 5.56, wouldn't it? But then we'll just do it like this. Oh, 5.56. How did I land on 5.66? Although I'm not American, I get to get this shit wrong. So long optical ammunition, schlong optics rail, or underbarrel rail. No, 5.56. It's likely the case for both of these as well. Maybe I should different optics rail or go check. The Para is the same, and the M249B is the same. MG5, short, long ammunition. Yeah. Negav, short, long. $760. I think it's still easier to take this one. So short, long. 7.62. RPKs. These are also going to be 760, right? Yeah. So long, and 760 magazine slot. Oh, yeah, let's take from the falls here. So long. Well, actually, so one of them is long, one of them is short as well. Or wait, oh, actually, so this one's long, this one's long, this one's short. If I remember right. Oh, wait, huh. Wait, wasn't short? Or is that just with the L86s? Long on the black market. Military then? Actually, now I'm curious. Let's actually see what the gear spreadsheet has for this. So let me catch up here for a second. Kind of for expertise burn. I mean, anything way too much is is gonna be, yeah. That's our expertise in glass. Kingbreaker's still good. If you have a Lexington, that's overall just better. But Kingbreaker kind of is competitive with other weapons otherwise. But it's really only if you are using it, for instance, yeah, for the tech tank I was using earlier, where it's super close range, like it's kind of fine. Otherwise, if you want to replace it, P416 with a long rail or M4, both of those have long rails, and you can have, especially for instance, yeah, for Heartbreaker. If you don't care about RPM, you can also go with Fall, or well, like if you are on a build that cares less about RPM, you can also go with a Fall. In your build up, you explain the number belonging to where the first numbers were in accounts. Are there any difference between those accounts? No, so it's characters. I have 2 accounts. So yeah, the first 4 are from account 1. And that means that actually, you know, it's a different login and everything. So those characters, for instance, yeah, this character 4 on account 1. And then, you know, then all of those loadouts are here. And then the 5th one is a different account. So it's a completely different login. Nothing is shared between them because of that and stuff. And that's then character 5. But yeah, basically, you know, that 5th one is its own own by itself, kind of, you know. And then the rest is just characters. Wait, I want to check this here because am I just misremembering? I remembered one of the RPKs having different short rail. But definitely L86 has always had one different that had a different short rail, but if it has a different icon here, RPK. I don't know. So all of them have the same. Guess I'm just misremembering. Maybe it was just the L86s. Because the optic or like mod changes would be very weird. That's a rare thing to I can't even actually think of, like, outside of, you know, some named weapons change. Although even there, for instance, the lefty, when it came in, it was a 612 based kind of weapon, and then it became ACS. Although, well, visually it was, mod wise it was, and then stat wise it was ACS. That's also still why it has a mod, you know, a mod slot for magazine where the other ones don't. But I can't think of any other time that like actually mods changed for a weapon balance wise or something. Because yeah, famously as well, the FAMAS got a magazine slot in year 1 at some point, which is basically where its overpoweredness started. Because yeah, that thing was definitely made with the intention of or well, stat wise, it was balanced around having one, you know, not having the magazine slot. And then once it did, forevermore, it was kind of basically until the Lexington came out, it was always the top pick. So now we have also the question of this. Because yeah, this is the first one with a locked mod. There aren't many of them, but this and the Stoner especially. Anything else, actually? I think there's a good way, right? Like locked 5 per chance mod. Let me just do it like that. Yeah. Add a row. Okay, M60, classic, classic. It's a long ammunition belt slot and then long underbarrel. Yeah, let's finish up this LMG category, and then I actually need a quick bio. Nature's calling. Let me yourself on the spreadsheet question. If I had to suggest just one build for a DPS tank skill hybrid build, which ones would you suggest for each? I mean, you're basically asking, you know, it's kind of like, which of your children do you like best? The blonde one. No. The obvious answers would be, because yeah, it kind of also depends, like tank, do we mean, you know, raid tank, or do we mean just something that's tanky? DPS striker, it's very, you know, striker is just too far ahead of the rest, plus also it's easy to use. If we're talking tank E build, any of the tech tanks like Heartbreaker or Striker tech tank. If we're talking, you know, raid tank, then yeah, that's just the hazard protected regen kind of setup. And then yeah, skill build, I love Eclipses, and Eclipse is also quite different in its playstyle. So it's actually, it's not like the third drone build where you have, it's just still shooting. It's just shooting with extra steps. Eclipse at least is a little different. But also, yeah, it depends on if I'm suggesting it to others or recommending it to others. Yeah, that might then go to a third drone build just for ease of use. And then also for some people, just they're not as good at shooting and stuff. So that helps them. And then, yeah, hybrids, there's so many. How do we even pick one? I think I would say more like what I would recommend for most people to have is to have a red build. Just have something damaging, generally striker. Have something tanky-ish for solo, like a tech tank. Have maybe a headhunter build or something for if you want to grind hard, either pistol or marksman. And then what I generally would want to have on basically every character is then an Eclipse and a PFE. And then I'm kind of set for myself per character. And generally, you'll see in the build collection, every character kind of has that. So each character has like a striker, and then some other red builds here and there. And then they'll have an Eclipse. They'll have usually as well some type of healing build, but depends kind of on the, they each have different ones, including like refractors now and then. And then they have, each has an Eclipse, and then each has generally a few like, headhunty builds, either pistols or rifles or MMRs, with determined usually just for ease of use, and then a PFE usually. Good luck. Yeah. Oh, I 3 characters. Yeah. That's also why, the for instance, in the recommended build list, we have like kind of those. But in my case, like, yeah, different characters have different different PFEs and stuff. I have a rule for myself of not having duplicate builds as much as possible. But that, of course, yeah, that's not something others need to do. I just enjoy doing that. And also, of course, for the build collection, it helps out. Yeah, both of these have double long ammunition and then 7.62. Military. Oh, yeah. Couldn't find it because I was hovering over it. Yeah, long ammunition. L86. Custom. Actually, let's take from an AR up here. It's 5.56 mag as well. Something with long optic rail. Actually, let's take this. Put it in the second one, and we'll change just that short to long. These two, I'm pretty sure, are like this, right? Literally, it's long. So military L86. Yeah, so this one's short. And that's why it's handy as well to have the full collection of weapons. Although, you know, you don't need that unless you're doing actually things like I'm doing here. But that's why my stash is so filled with weapons. Just so we have one each. And so muzzle slot. And then how did we do it with this other one? Locked. Was it? Okay. Locked. 30 stab. Mod. Or we do it differently, just for making it shorter. We can do locked, 5 per chance, and then locked, 30 stab. There we go. Okay, that's LMGs. Let's do the rifle. Still, yeah, I need a short bio break before we continue, because otherwise my buddy's gonna go on strike. So before that happens, let's actually take that. Let me catch up here for a second, and then I'll be right back. Let me catch up here. Switch on shooting down on some of those. I have them, for instance, in my case, one of the reasons I have so many different tech tanks is they're spread over multiple characters and stuff. Any AR sitting to balance out PFE 200 striker. Oh, chest striker. Charge your variance with attack factor and legendary, but it's barely playable on my playstyle. I usually use ammo PFE. Use ammo for PFE. Like in crit chance, I mean, yeah, that's the payoff. That's usually why they are set up with SMGs, because I kind of use them close range, but I don't use them so much for legendary, because legendary still has a lot of purples and reds, depending on the legendary. But then, yeah, if you want some more range, because you would want more range there, it's just, yeah, take just something else, AR wise, to balance it in. Just have to balance out while using AR. Just balance it out. Just crit chance times crit damage, and just whatever suits it best. What you could do as well, if you have killer, just set it up to when killer is active, because killer would likely be still pretty much the best choice there. Just stick some, make it 60 crit chance, and then whatever crit damage is whatever crit damage. And then when killer comes in, that's gonna, you know, benefit in the same way, you know, like if your weapon damage is low, you get more from streamline. If your crit is low, you gain more from killer, proportionally, of course. If you just had more anyway, you would be just doing more damage. But if you're balancing it out, yeah, just hit 60 without wasting too much, and then leave a big gap for killer to kind of come in and fill in. But yeah, that's the reason I go with SMGs on that, just to make up for a lot of the crit. And then, so I usually use that one more for like countdown and stuff, where I can close the distance and be in close range. But in legendary, yeah, you could, yeah, it's a little bit of a different story. Yeah, let me take one quick bio break, and then I'll be back, and then let's continue to finish up rifles, and then we'll leave shotgun, pistols, and MRs for a different time. Once we have the rifles done, we'll just go, likely we'll go do the other missions with a purple build. I've been meaning to still get that in. That'll be a good use of time as well, I feel. Yeah, I'll be right back. There we go. Needed that for a while. Yes, yeah. Let's get back into it. We got up here as well first. Yeah, most of that. Thing is, though, the first skill is going to be kind of extra painful when you set it up like that, because yeah, you'll have. But yeah, just make your first skill something that you can kill quick, like a red or something, just so you can follow it up. So let's try doing this first. Sometimes finding this button is hard. So already add in the rows. Let's quickly do the rifles. Most of these should be copy pastable from the ARs. Should know what I should do. Should open a second one of these. And we copy from one and we paste in the other. How about that? Because yeah, Mark 17s is going to be long, and 762s. Yeah, so this is just falls. Same as fall. Is it true for both this and the military? Yeah. Long, yeah. 1886, which just says magazine. And also it has a unique magazine anyway, so let's just do this. Because it becomes... Well, actually, no, it's not unique, because this is just the same as shotguns. Tubular magazine slot. That makes sense, actually. I'd never thought about it that way. That's also why it gets the reload mod, of course, from shotguns. Or, well, the same one that shotguns get. Okay. CQB. Pretty sure it's that, but we'll, of course, check. Long, short. Wait, this is short? Guess I didn't remember that. M16. Short and double 556. Short and double 556. Is this my short 2 then? No, right? No. Yeah, so this is falls. UIC. Actually, what do you have? Long, and 556. So good for my M4. Okay, classic Monet. Long, and 762. Long, yeah. This is your, what's your optics rail? There. Long, 762, 760. So So that. M1As. Yeah. So, oh yeah, and these are Marksman 760 magazine, which we haven't had yet anyway. So let's just take this. So Marksman 760 magazine slot. Long optics, long underbarrel, 760. SOCOM's gonna be the same, right? Exactly. Wait, this one would also then be Marksman. Yeah. Classic M1A should have this same one. There we go. These are all gonna be 5.5. Both of these are 5.56, right? Yeah. Long, and also you got both optics rail. So optics rail, long, and 5.56. So this. Lightweight and 4, yeah, optic 5.56, long 5.56, yeah, and then same for LVOAC. Actually, I never realized that the Lexington has a long optics rail, and actually the LVOAC has an optics rail. Although, yeah, as we discussed earlier, the optics rail is actually better than the long optics rail. Weirdly enough. Double long and 7.62. Is this? And the MDR. Double long 7.62. And this is 45 ACP. So we should take the vector. Oh. Vector 45. Interestingly as well, actually, this weapon, because the rifle category in Div 2 is just made up of a bunch of different weapons that used to be. Wait, didn't I specific? Oh, what? Or did I paste it here? Yeah. I'm like, what they do? Out of a bunch of different weapons that used to be different classes because rifles didn't exist then. Div 1. And this was SMG in Div 1. Yeah. AR didn't exist as Division 2 added it. AR, MMR, AR, MMR didn't exist. Exotic, MMR didn't exist. Did M16 exist in Div 1? No, right? No. Exotic MMR didn't exist, and MMRs. So mostly ARs and MMRs, and then one SMG became the rifle category. Now let's maybe quickly do shotguns as well here and leave it just to the pistols and MMRs. Let me catch up here as I'm gonna just to catch up. And hey there, 18. Good day. I was wondering if you have used Negotiator's Dilemma in conjunction with the blue screen LMG, and maybe your thoughts on that combo. I'm having blast playing it currently. Yeah, those work pretty well together. Especially usually when when there's a hey, any good builds for Negotiator. Blue screen fits in pretty well, so that's usually already one I send people to. just because both of them do kind of the same thing. And ever since the exotic mod changes, well, like the big exotic changes and stuff, the blue screen is more than okay. It really gets carried by that 20% rate of fire mod that it has. And yeah, it's definitely, you know, they align well with each other. So, but I would still say that for myself, I lean much more towards, yeah, just having even more damage, kind of, because killer weapon can like still put out so much more than the blue screen could. But especially in group settings, yeah, that works out decently well. I've been enjoying running that specific combo for like countdown and stuff. Let's actually maybe go through and add this third spot to everything. Especially on countdown as well. There is some value to just CCing a little bit, especially during extraction and just disabling the hunters a little and the other enemies around. Oh, that's the wrong spot. And all of these are actually like segments of a spreadsheet. Basically, it's just cells. We're just adding another row here where all of these things are in. Yeah, let's just add one into everything. And we have that part done. Yeah, back to the top of shotguns. Yeah, shotguns is actually not that big, so long and long. Long and long. And it is definitely one of those things that I ended up, or one thing just so I can reference it myself easily. This one definitely comes from that again. Okay, so this one is short, but then still long on the barrel. And this one is short as well. Is it tactical? Okay, and then these things, long, and then tubular. We can do that, and then let's just scroll up here and take this one. Okay, so this is the Super 90. I wish actually they would add in stuff like chokes and stuff to shotguns. And you could kind of affect their spread, make it even like bigger spread or smaller spread or stuff like that. I feel that could be actually a pretty good game alteration as well. If you could have it, make it maybe more horizontal, like having the, what are those things called? Like duck bills, I think they're called, right? Like the instead of like a round choke, just it being a kind of like flat choke that just kind of flattens out the pellets in an arc. Long tubular long. And where is the tactical? I don't know, what's it called? Custom. No, tactical super 90. Right here. Long, 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 long. Okay, so all of them are the same. I made 70. Short. Well, actually, wait, these two are long, right? And then this one's short. That's the reason we go for the military one. There's the other two M870s. Express. Long, long, and custom. Long, long, yeah. I'm pretty sure this is long, long as well. Well, actually, no, it's short, long. If I knew it's a long rail, but 612. Short, long, tubular. Okay. That's bus 12, which is just tubular. Right? Yeah. And KSG, which is short, long, tubular. Yay. And then this is absolutely nothing. Same goes here. Nice. Okay. So yeah, we made it up to pistols. Yeah, let's go play around a little bit more and then we'll come back to do some more. Compressor filter, smart cover. It's hard. Oh yeah. Smart cover is gonna hit pretty hard anyway. Although, and that's I wonder if it's worth giving up the drone in that one still. Depends on how yellow core it is. But yeah, that smart cover is gonna be like, yeah, it's a lot. Do we grab this character? Let me quickly check. Let's just grab this character. Let's put the purple build on him. Let's try to go do the other two like non-main missions with purple builds. Although likely I should just record them separately at some... Yeah, we'll see how we do it. Although, I mean, they're not too hard anyway. But yeah, I wouldn't mind actually making one of those kind of like challenge videos, but then, you know, Division. There isn't much in Division where we can do like challenges and stuff because a lot of those are like mod reliant or there being, you know, choices to be made. Yeah, let's grab. This guy does enough spots, right? Yeah. Let's grab it from the stash. Our purple gear. I keep forgetting always what the glove on this one is. This is this Cheska. And I could actually use some better pieces than this. So one of the things was, especially when the crafting bug existed, one thing you could do is, you know, the max craft thing. You could actually get maxed out purple by just, you know, not upgrading the bench. So a bunch of people did make. Actually, I'm gonna like max that versions then. Because I could definitely, for instance, use a better, you know, the chest is actually pretty bad, but it's kind of hard to get good chests or good backpacks. Like this at least as a backpack and the ability to free talent it. Oh, that's also the thing with purple, seeing as we can't optimize, it's much better of a choice to actually have the right talent and then just, you know, optimize a stat. But then also, yeah, you can. But I definitely would need new, better weapons than this. Is one of the big things. So likely next week we'll farm a little bit for that. This is like what I used to have, and then back in the day, like fast hands and strained was okay. Now I would want these to both be like a measured and a killer. AR with killer, and then the LMG maybe with measured or something. Also, I wouldn't mind it being an MG5. Do we have anything purpley? Is hot pink purple? Trying to think costume wise. I mean, there was actually there was something purple not too long ago, wasn't there? Trying to like. Nah. You know what? Can we put something together that's purpley? That looks purple. Oh yeah, yeah, the bats, of course. You know what? Actually, that's also the best outfit for that. We're doing Brooklyn, the Brooklyn bats. What's this piece called? Brooklyn Bats jersey. Did this have pants? You would think it would be with the Brooklyn up there. The B for Brooklyn. Did this have pants? You know what? That's purple. Actually, you know what? That fits. Okay, there we go. We are officially purple gang. You know what? Let's even make this blue is closer to purple. There we go. Let's take it to Brooklyn. So we already did these two missions. So these two missions remain. Let's go do them. Also, yeah, let me catch up here for a second. The reload speed. Yeah, although, well, the MG5 is also in that category and reloads super fast. And thank you so much there, and us for keeping the sub going, as always. Much appreciated. We'll be sure to, you know, spend it on continuing to buy silly apparel.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer.
And,
Kelso had to
thank
go.
you once more.
Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Smart cover's broken. Yeah. The thing would be though, like, yeah, well, yeah, solo, yeah. Things are that, yeah, just in any build, like, you would want to go with that. But also, the drone is kind of handy just as an extra decoy. But that's actually the thing I like about that build.
Hostiles detected.
The entrance is too heavily.
I wouldn't mind trying out
Anna
especially
is uploading the
combat
route to
medics
your
and
hut.
stuff as well with I haven't actually played around too much with
Come on! One of ours!
with
Make you pay!
smart cover, especially in group settings. There's one of the things as well here, actually, I'm excluding smart cover from usage.
Use this.
Yeah, I'm still kind of weirded out by how valued or like the high the value on it is. Oh, actually, yeah. Let's reset after this. I don't want the modifier on.
Maybe they could.
Because then we're gonna just do it, you know. If we're challenging ourselves, let's actually challenge ourselves.
Hostiles detected.
The entrance is too heavily fortified. Anna is uploading the route to your hut.
What was that?
Let's provide these fuckers. Shit, we lost one.
I know, well, this build, of course, yeah, it like, is pretty weak. It is still, you know, we're still putting out almost everything towards red and stuff, so it's not like we have no damage. The thing is, though, that this is just a poor choice, of course, going purple build, because at the end of the day, like, I always forget. I think I have like 60, 140 or something, crit chance, crit damage with no detox or anything else. And when I say no detox, I actually mean no detox, because also the weapon doesn't have it. Because it's purple. So it's just a weak red, and then, you know, if you're just making that out of high ends, you could get basically the exact same damage with like 5 blue cores or something. Or just have a tech tank with around the same damage. So it's basically like the damage level of a tech tank without the tech tank part of it, you know, making it worth it to make those choices. Because what do we have? Yeah, 57, 141. Crit chance, crit damage, and even like my DTH is 13. And then, yeah, these weapons by themselves have lower base damage than high-end versions of them would have. And then also no third stat, and yeah, no gear mods as well. So that is what makes purples actually pretty weak. So it was that's good, and Pestilence is laser beam. Yeah, I think it's also, it gives a lot of weapon handling. Like that's would have been fine with it if it just gave the amounts of weapon handling that it did. Because even having like 20% weapon handling for Pesty, you know, just faster reloads. I already kind of forgot all of the loot locations in some of these missions. We just haven't ran them enough. Could actually run them more. Which, you know, likely will do, actually. Because likely as well, when we actually record the challenge run thing, I might... I'm not sure I want to structure it. I might actually just, yeah, take footage from, like, these runs, or... might do fresh runs for that.
Hostiles detected.
Likely I would do fresh runs just to have it all be on one character and like with the same apparel and stuff.
Got something for you. Oh shit! I forgot I was. God damn it! Will it
Using that LMG as kind of a single 150 rounds just to put out there.
One of ours, right?
Okay, the thing is, like, I know plenty of cheesy things we can do, especially for instance this pillar here. Just because we are actually on short cover, right? This pillar, when I'm peeking like this, notice how nobody's shooting me until I kind of go, you know, a little bit further out. That's because they can't see my center point. So actually we can abuse this just as the same as like corner peeking kind of. Enemies get very confused about so we're using bricks. Do you have any theory about the infrastructure here they're gonna collect in Brooklyn? Yes. My theory is that they'll translate into bitcoins, and whoever farmed any of them is gonna get that in Bitcoin number. I will be rich. Yeah, no idea. My theory is we'll wait and see.
Serious
What am
trauma
I doing?
detected.
Base tanking and the hitbox on these things is so annoying nowadays.
Wait, was that one of ours?
Kind of works in our favor as well when enemies are shooting at us. But I just don't tend to grab the minigun much. Man, I'm playing super passively actually. What am I doing? Speed this up, shall we?
Who made this weak after?
I'll get these up.
That sounds definitely not worth it here. I could use a lot more damage.
Take out that agent. If the Rat Queen is gonna
I
make
need
another
to
play for the bridge, we
farm
need
some
to
better
go.
weapons.
Get your shit together and kill
I
that
might even do
motherfucker.
that.
At least
Here
now we know
after
what they've been
this.
protecting. Take out their supply routes so they can't make another play for the bridge.
We'll go do some hard summits.
Hostiles detected.
Is that in there? Yep. I mean, you are rich.
The other side!
In love.
Asshole fellas!
Just not in money. You're rich in your heart. I wouldn't be surprised if it's just something, some concept thing or something that they maybe even might be cut content, right? And it's just remnant of that. But I would think as well that it could be, you know, something for in the future. And they likely then as well didn't mean it for it to be tied to something now, but then they forgot a spot.
Hostiles detected.
Show 'em what skill really looks like.
Can't let him get away with that.
Use this LMG again.
Multiple
This is kind of
fatalities detected. Facial
lost
recognition
art.
required to confirm
This used to be
identification.
quite standard in the past of just how to run two weapons, and then the secondary would just be an LMG. And you would just unload the LMG once and then just put it back on your back.
Hostiles detected.
So here everyone's gonna do the same. We're just gonna use the 150 rounds out of it, and then it's just going on my back. And then also, whenever we grab ammo from a box, that reloads actually all your weapons. So I'm not even gonna actually reload it. I'm just gonna grab some ammo in a second, and then, or you know, whenever we see an ammo box, and then that'll reload it. Actually, don't flank me. One came all the way up and then jumped down. And then they came back. Oh wait, no, that was a grenadier. Would have been funny though if it was that one.
Identification confirmed. All deceased personnel were assigned to
This feels
the pier.
so weak in comparison.
Friendly
But also, yeah, not
survivors
having the
located.
modifier on top as well. Hurts a little T.
Agent, thank you for coming. The Rat Queen's crew took us from the pier and stole our IDs.
And one thing I would be also curious about is like, what are we getting next season-ish and stuff? Because I would be, I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, the way that Brooklyn was kind of received, and yeah, they don't put out numbers, of course, but just guesstimation-wise, it seems to have done pretty okay. Right, like at least a few people bought it. I know at least one person bought it twice, which is me. Actually, I know multiple people that bought it twice or multiple times. I'll be curious if they are just like, hey, maybe we make this like, you know, a yearly thing. Or maybe a 2-yearly thing.
Hostiles detected.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Is this a checkpoint? It's a boss fight, right? So, oh no, actually no. It's after this one, right? I'm a room early. For a second there, my brain went, what, like, shit, why is Ragers on? But no, just that, because yeah, we had almost killed that one guy, and then suddenly spawn, or like, suddenly I looked at him again, and yet, you know, the Ragers bar, but that's also just one of those lieutenants spawning in and giving everybody the Ragers effect. So also we want to kill that one first. That removes all those green bars. This is a mechanic that surprisingly way too many people don't know about. At least to me, I feel it's kind of like obvious that when you kill the lieutenant, suddenly all of the other bars disappear underneath people and stuff. And you know, but yeah, those lieutenants, when they spawn, they basically give Ragers to everybody, the extra health bar. And if you kill them,
Secure the depot. We can't let down the Rat
then
Queen.
it goes away.
We've come too far.
Also, you can actually, so they don't give it to themselves, which means that if you see one and they have it, that means that there's two of them, because like they're, you know, each of them is giving it to the other. So. So when was actually the because yeah, I was actually having, we're trying to discuss this with someone. I'm actually not sure when is the game exactly set, because in my mind it was always like 2020. I think some of the comms or something say something about 2020, right? But would there be any payphones still around? I feel like I haven't seen an actual payphone around in forever. They think the image is of the Capitol surrounded with snow that the devs shared on Twitter. Do you mean if it's the? I mean, it's the Capitol building, yeah. There's very few buildings that look exactly like that building, and that's that building. So, but then what that means, we don't know. Keep in mind as well, that wasn't in-game footage or anything. That was just, you know, artists, just, you know, it was just a drawing. So it could be, you know, that it's like representing the idea of snow returning to the division. But it could also be like, yeah, it's actually the Capitol, and it's, you know, some climax mission or something there, and then for that climax mission, it's with snow. But the building in there was the Capitol, like that's definitely the building. New game mode, we know nothing of it. Like, nobody knows. At least nobody, like, from us knows. I would hope they know. But also, it could be that even they don't know. You know? It wouldn't surprise me if even they don't know exactly what it is. At least for now. Hopefully at some point, they'll actually know. The thing though that, yeah, just obvious things, but it might not be obvious to everyone. It's not gonna be the whole map, likely, or, you know, like the whole map is suddenly with snow. Like the amount of work that would need, that's just not gonna happen. So my guess would be it's like a mission, maybe two, maybe an incursion, maybe a game mode, maybe something else. But my, like, easy guess would be just an climax mission. Just, it's a climax mission. For that mission, they're just, you know, in the same way that invaded missions have, you know, a little bit of different scenery and stuff. Or, you know, climax missions in general have different scenery than the normal missions layout. Just that, and then just there's snow. That will be my guess. Also, for a lot of it, I would just say, just let's wait and see. We'll know. We'll know. We'll know plenty quick enough. I'm out of medpacks. I am very dead.
Medical assistance needed.
At least I have a hive.
Agent incapacitated.
Ah, I'm so dead. Actually, I'm not.
Shit, I'm out. Got me. Take him out. Got you now.
Let's just slow this down. What am I doing? There you go. How about you lose that turret? Ow.
Vital signs critical.
What does this guy have, a sniper rifle or something? Let's just wait at the health gate. Suppression? No? You don't care about suppression?
Fucking shitty armor.
And that's kind of the harder parts when you really don't have that much damage. Like reds and stuff and elites and stuff still die, but then like if it's named and a bunch of elites around them, it just turns into a slog like this. And it just becomes just surviving long enough to actually make it happen.
Thank you, Agent. You took out the supply line and recovered the survivors. They should be back at the bridge soon, and hopefully we can figure out what the hell is going on with the Rikers and this new leader.
It's new leader. There we go. We're final cow, so oh, we'll see how that goes. Because I don't think they're still gonna sunset it. I'm expecting still a year 7 and a year 8 at least. Like when you have speculated on clearly said they'll never act. Oh no, they stand by theirs, yeah. I wouldn't think survival. Also, if they did survival, like survival in Div 2 doesn't need snow. You could have Sandstorm be kind of the same. The same thing, kind of. I just don't think they'll do survival just for like how much work it would be in comparison to how much it would gain them. Like survival really, as much as it is praised, it really wasn't played as much as even, for instance, Countdown nowadays or something. A Countdown nowadays, like proportion, not because yeah, the player base by itself is likely, you know, different, but proportional to the player base, I'm gonna guess Countdown is like 10 times more popular than survival ever was. It's one of those, you know, what people say that they want and what they actually then play when you give it to them is two different things. But also, my guess would have been as well, you know, ever since Heartland kind of was in the works, it was obvious, like, yeah, they're not going to do survival because it would have just been very much in, you know, splitting the player base off of that. But then, of course, Heartland kind of died.
Hey, don't bet.
You know what? Let's actually take it back to Safe House for a second because I have no armor packs. I have no grenades. Let's reset those up and then. And then with this one, I'm kind of dreading some of the later fights because there's a bunch of fights where there's not a lot of cover. But really, you're gonna put me all the way back here. Where killing fast is actually like a good way to deal with it, or being tanky. Being purple and not being tanky and also not having a lot of damage is not the right build for it.
Greedy fuck's got him.
Here we go. Here we go. Let's burn it up.
Being in that box was a dick move. Oh, over there. Surprised it didn't go for the thing. you know what? I'm gonna take a peeks around actually. Something to actually run these missions with control point buffs up and just check all the missions. Answer replace body temperature level with a sound in your lungs one. I mean, you can just, you know, that's just a story writing thing. Eclipse virus got mixed into the sandstorm and it's tearing out your lungs. There, solved it. Right, like from a visual standpoint, yeah, snow is an easy way of like, hey, yeah, it's cold, you need to kind of deal with it, but mechanically it's not per se required. The thing is, survival needs a whole map. I don't think they're gonna do a whole map. Like I can't imagine them putting in the work for an entire map.
Generator detected nearby.
Like the amount of work that would be seems outside of the like. You'd be better off making a whole new map like Brooklyn. Like you could likely do the same in the same time as making all of the snow assets needed for DC. And then placing them all and then, you know. Doing all the testing that it requires. That guy just pushed the other guy. That's almost that looked like. Because the LMG guy just ran up and pushed that other guy like, no, get out of the foam. I like funny. Sure, we only got one incursion. Yeah. There was, I mean, there's some rumors and stuff of a second incursion. Like, you know, there's a place on the map already set up for it. There is, you know, leaderboards and stuff, but they've said that they've kind of stopped working on that. But maybe they'll start working on it again. I could see that as well, the snow thing for like an incursion. That could also work out pretty well, and then maybe, you know, capital incursion. Capital by itself, like even without too much rework, could work as an incursion. You have several like big areas. You could just kind of reuse the map, put some winter sauce on it, and then just put, you know, a few boss fights in it.
We need to get control of the pier. Sending in the Marauder.
Marauding in the sender. Is this high-end build? No. This is a superior build. This is the superior.
Launcher disabled.
But I was wondering, purple is called superior by the game. Specialized is blue, and then superior. What's green actually? What's green again? I always forget. Because yeah, gray is worn. What's green's thing? Not gear sets, but you know, green gear. Because yeah, blue is specialized. Oh, standard, right? Standard is green. At least Division 1, it's standard, because that's one of the daily challenges things. But yeah, no, this is this is very much superior, you know. That's also always been the joke with when you're running purple builds, you can feel superior to other people, because, you know, why be high-end when you can be superior? But yeah, the layout-wise is kind of like a high-end build, but yeah, we don't have, you know, there's no purple Fox's Prayer or purple Contractors or stuff like that, or purple Coyote. Ooh, could you imagine purple Coyote? Um. mm. No, finish the can turn with 20 seconds remaining. Well, that's sometimes the fun of that one. How many hardcore characters I have now? I've only have 2 on second account. Oh, well, I have 1 on third account as well, but third account is kind of no longer, we're no longer keeping that one up or up to date. So, but yeah, 2 on second account. I don't have any on main account, mostly because I'm already using all 4 character slots. So. Why am I running Vigilance solo? Because I like the
Electric
damage up
hazard
front.
detected.
Because I can make Vigilance work solo.
Active launcher detected.
That's also why you sometimes see me kind of disengage for like a few seconds. I'm not gonna survive this, am I?
Agent out of
Still want to do the strat here. Although I'm not sure it's doable with... Okay, it is. Nice. Because if I can disable this...
Launcher
Okay.
disabled.
This was the one part I was kind of
Agent,
worried
I need to
about.
bring the Marauder back
They
while
spawn
there's
right
still
here,
something
don't
left
they?
to salvage.
Actually.
I'm sorry.
But yeah, Vigilance you can keep, you know, I killed both of those with Vigilance. This person is going to die with Vigilance. I got hit there, then I'll wait a few seconds. Vigilance is back up. Thing is, just Vigilance is so much damage. Here I could run stuff like Unstoppable Force, but Unstoppable Force would cost me a lot on that first one. And then especially as well, if I get into fights with bosses, I'm surprised I survived that. You know, the 10 seconds is gonna run out, and now I don't have the damage and stuff. So for instance, that fight we were having with the other guy, likely as well here with the named again, I'll have a long fight. Vigilance to me is just so much of a better option here.
Wait, was that one of ours?
Another late. Alright, we survived the one part. Because I was kind of afraid here that we couldn't actually like do this and then hold the position as well. But we could.
Active launcher detected.
This is kind of the part I'm kind of dreading. Also, this is not the boss run yet.
Launcher console detected.
Like here, you either, you know, I'm either on, I've done this a bunch, but then either on tech tank, and then you have the defense that you would need to do this.
Activating takeover protocol on launcher.
Also, I feel if we're doing a takeover protocol, Anna, why doesn't this thing shoot at our enemies afterwards?
Complete.
The vigilance comes back fast enough.
Protocol successful. Launcher offline.
And it will work for all the fights. Because I mostly care about, like, yeah,
Get the launcher back on.
the boss fight,
Agent, watch out.
especially.
They activated another launcher.
I need enough
It's
damage
hooked
for
up to a
that
separate
fight.
console. You need to find it and hack it.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna wait out this pulse. Because while the pulse is handy, I really need a decoy.
Additional hostiles incoming, Agent. Activating takeover protocol on launcher.
Wait, is this the boss fight arena?
Oh, my shit never fails.
Yeah, they climb up there.
50% complete.
Ow.
Serious trauma detected.
I'm gonna grab that gun!
Next time, I'll shout it to a million people. If you can come back to that.
Protocol successful. Launcher offline.
Agent, hope you like grenades.
This shit's gonna be good! Time to make these fuckers dance!
Especially elites kind of suck. 'Cause it takes quite a while for me to kill them.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
You're
Got
alive?
you covered!
Fucking way. Grenade out.
I'll show 'em who's boss! They think they're so clever! Moving around that shield!
Screw you. Oh, I'm missing all the action.
Imagine I'm sticking to so much cover I could go with composure, but
Who else is gonna make us look?
also I still want to be able to do stuff like this where it release from cover.
That gun is mine!
Bullseye. Motherfucker.
Didn't die from that.
My skin's tougher than this fucking armor.
And on that bombshell.
Thank you, Agent. You secured the pier. And we've got a lead. That record was at the hotel. And
Everything just
passed the
digs
collapsed
longer.
TZ.
It's kind of the,
Back to the
the
bridge.
deal with these.
Bell will arrange transport to the museum.
But yeah, I do need better weapons if I'm gonna go after. Because even, yeah, the Art Museum boss fight is gonna take a while. But actually, the one I'm kind of as well dreading, and that's why we did these missions first, is the big guy at the end of there. Because that's also one of those fights that just goes easier if you just burn him down real quick. We should use sticks and compare to zombie mode. Yeah, I mean, we've had resistance. Because that could also maybe be a thing that they might bring back. I could see them doing that. Because the resistance was that. It's just a wave-based mode and yeah, different enemies. And actually, the thing is, for Division, it would also kind of be interesting because there are some builds that would really work well for that. Imagine, for instance, X0 when you're just doing a
Heavily
defense
armed hostiles guarding location nearby.
of an area instead of Eclipse. Like, that could. Especially if you're just defending the whole time. That makes it a little bit different of a fight. Yeah, just come over here. Names group. I know we don't have a names group. Bravo. Could actually, yeah, just with all characters, just keep doing these name groups and stuff. And a decoy, one of the strongest tools. Oh, yes. Well, why are you grabbing special ammo? That guy's gonna kill him for me? Nice.
Oh shit!
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Incoming hostiles detected. Serious trauma
I
detected.
was hoping for him to get set on fire
Agent
there,
incapacitated.
I'm heading around them.
but he didn't. And these guys are actually harder than the mission because it's mostly elites. And because of that, they just don't want to die quickly.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Oh, okay.
Detecting additional hostile
Wait, was
contacts.
he above me the whole time? I was like, wait, who shot me? Because I got shot like
Here, catch.
around the corner.
Kill them.
Don't you dare.
Watch out. We lost one. Stay still so I can kill you. Check that grenade.
It's not very enticing. Stay still so I can kill you. Oh, how about I just start moving around? Can't take cover there, apparently.
You know this has to happen.
Oh, I'm out of grenades. Just gonna wait for my decoy. Hey, I'm right beside you, son. Plot twist, I'm not. Because even there, him shooting at me, I still didn't lose my, actually still didn't lose my vigilance.
Access key
He
detected.
didn't hit me. Current Eclipse isn't ferocious, calm, preferably useful in skill builds or talents more stronger. Thing is, you have glass, and especially with like a lot of skill builds where you would take that like turret and drone. Glass is 30, 25 or 30% versus the 14. Even if it comes with its downsides, that's kind of fine because you have, the turret and drone to kind of keep stuff busy. Is then the idea. But yeah, basically, if you don't want to run glass on any of the turret drone hybrid kind of styles, yeah, taking Ferocious Calm can be a pretty good thing. Actually, I was kind of looking at Refactor, and I saw somebody actually like kind of posting a two-piece Brazos version and stuff, which was actually a decent idea. I think actually, yeah, just having, for instance, a Ferocious Calm for a Refactor build, I can see that working out pretty well as well. Thing is, though, that the uptime on it really depends on the player and how much you want to be in cover. You know what? Let's do the because that's actually in line kind of with the power level of this build anyway. We'll take it to do some cleaners. This challenging bounty for the infrastructure keys. Let's get that on this character as well. And then maybe we round out the guide and then play a little bit more after. Because we did the two more missions. So yeah, at this point I've done all 4 of the main missions. Or well, no, not because these get called the main missions. I've done the 4 missions on purple builds.
Supply drop detected.
And we haven't needed to grab. One of the things I have as well as an option always is I can always grab a turret drone purple. And while it'll be slow, it'll like I can finesse that through
Incoming hostiles detected.
basically any heroic mission.
Detecting additional
I
hostile
don't
contacts.
even want to fight you guys. So I'm not. Bye. Stop chasing me. You're just running after me. let me tell you the tale of our Lord and Savior, Pharaoh. Running away from him. Yeah, let me get you here. Let me see. I don't have a skill that for them to try. Yeah, especially I know, for instance, as well, people that we used to have a clanmate a long time ago who had what's it called? Like the handshakes, tremors, hand tremors. So they really didn't have, you know, they never have good aim and stuff. But they liked the game. And one of the things for him, for instance, was just, yeah, we would run with him and he would just run drone builds or support builds or stuff like that. And it's kind of like fine enough. Increase the efficiency of the booster hive, so skill tiers, mods into it. Proficiency. What is the proficiency actually on the booster hive? I don't even remember off the top of my head. Is it stim efficiency? Yeah. So that's the same as the stat and also the mod. So. But yeah, basically, yeah, skill tiers, expertise, mod. That's about it. You could have somebody else's artificer hit it, or you can have, you know, yourself or somebody else overcharge as well. So one of the ways that, for instance, in Incursion, we use the booster hive is, although nowadays we likely wouldn't, we would have other mods. But yeah, like the healer overcharges, and then that gets followed up by somebody else deploying booster hive. And gives overcharged stats.
Serious trauma detected.
I'll bring them down.
Man, this thing is so weak. I want to run a red build for something after this. And just for myself. Oh, hey, now that I have the thing, this echo is actually legitimately here.
Over there. There's a bar behind that building. Best whiskey sours in Manhattan. If we take the city back,
Where?
I'll buy you
There?
a drink.
Can't see, it's a little foggy, Faye.
Take it back.
How cool would it be if she's pointing somewhere and we can actually go find that spot?
Can't
Exactly.
believe it's finally happening.
Where's her finger pointing? So it's like here-ish, but it's actually in between the two bridges. So somewhere here in two bridges, there's a best whiskey sours. Former division commander, known allies Bridget Douglas, Aaron Keena, and Theo Parnell. And yeah, unknown agent. Previous agent of player. It's also funny actually, so in the, I didn't notice in here, in the echoes, in the Brooklyn echoes, footage of Agent Fei Lao uploaded to SHC database. Data captured on unknown division agent's contact lens and brick. How was our character in Div 1 unknown? What? I feel that's kind of like, what do you mean unknown? I feel I was pretty well known. I feel everybody knew me. Get up here. So do you refer to simplest skill build for new player? Yeah. Although yeah, those commands don't work on that end. They only work on the Twitch end just because of the bots I'm using. But one thing I can do is copy that one over for you. Although, I mean, you're familiar with that. That one as well, actually, if you're like playing together, because now nowadays I would say like refactor. If they're playing solo for this season with this modifiers, once they have hands-on unlocked, making just a classic turret drone, because you get that hands-on putting, you know, skill damage into, or skill haste into skill damage, right? So having that classic style and then with skill haste for solo, and then refactor like in group settings is super nice as well, because it'll, you know, heal you guys.
Vital signs critical.
Don't kill me.
Hostile
Okay, damn it.
explosive trap detected.
The instant use wasn't enough. You know what? Let's just get at.
Serious
Ow,
trauma
yeah.
detected.
I'm not just dead, I'm super dead.
Vital signs
Too
0.
many too many things to deal with there. You know what? Let's go back to a red. Let's go back to actually just what do I even take? Yeah, let's just take a striker. Because this will feel like the I like just taking the weight off. Let's actually get these infrastructure keys real quick. And then, yeah, we'll continue on a little bit with that guide. Because, yeah, let's finish up the pistols and the thingies, and then the guide is basically done. Tomorrow we'll just do a cleanup round on it, and...
Starting would be better with some music. Maybe some ska.
and then we'll remove the under construction sign.
Target is near you, Agent.
That'll work out too, because actually I do need a... Although I'm going to rework that medium mats video. That's going to be the next video, because most of it was still good. I'm just going to redo that crit chance, crit damage part of it. And then make a fresh version of it. Also still need to reach out to the people that originally convinced me it works a different way. Now I disagree with that. At this point as well, I basically the proof that I need to know that it does work that way, or like the way that I think it does. So yeah, especially also against challenging enemies. Yeah, this is why we run full reds. You know, in comparison to that purple a second ago, just needing to just put half a mag into a purple. And yeah, we have a bunch actually videos I wanna this summer do, because we definitely have the skill guide, we have toolbox as a series, and yeah, the Eclipse Masterclass, and the skill guide by itself is going to be a ton of videos. When actually after the medium mats, we might actually do the skill one, because I want to actually do it on a 2-piece, basically, that goes over the guide as a whole, a 2-parter, and then basically a video per skill, and then maybe we do that like every day for 12 days, 12 skills. So, then like a 10-15 minute video each day. Oh well. Most of the skills don't require 10-15 minutes. But I want it to be very comprehensive per skill, also like going into how the expertise and stuff even goes into like the calculations and stuff like that, and how it's calculated per skill. And then also, yeah, for each of them, that means also actually figuring those things out. Yes. I didn't get the reloader. The difference in damage. Oh yeah, going from a purple build to a full striker. Yeah, that's.
You got the target.
Nice. Both extremes almost.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
Another infrastructure keys. How many does this character have actually? Although I don't think this is the character with the most. It's in the keys. 21. We'll see what that means at some point. Yeah, let's go back to DC. And let's go back to finishing this off. Because also with the pistols, most of them, I guess it's a pretty quick one. It's a long load. There'll be a lot of copy and pasting.
Entering safe area.
And then Mars is one of the smallest categories anyway, so. Let's get cleaned up first down.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Yeah, definitely feeling the drowsiness coming. Also made a pretty big meal before the stream, so I was already at the start of the stream somewhat, because you know the after dinner dip kind of feeling. I was kind of in the mood for some burgers, and then I just made some, but then normally I just make 2 burgers or something, and that's like more than enough. This time there was a sale for like 4 burgers at the butcher shop I usually go to, so I was like, okay, I'll take 4, and then like made 2 doubles, and yeah, that was a lot. Then I was reminded, oh yeah, that's why I'm fat. It's because I make decisions like that. Yeah, let's go do this list. Card 45. Did we put in TDI card custom as a separate thing? I don't think we did, right? Because it doesn't have stat differences with the card 45, right? Because the harvest is in here because it does. Yeah. We could always add it as well if I feel that we should. Oh yeah, I still don't have a card 45 in there. But it's, every character of mine has a card 45, so. Oh yeah, so. And these are micro optics rails, aren't they? Let's actually grab from this one then. So yeah, so we take this and then rework it. Because most of these are going to be optics rail or micro optics rail. And then pistol magazine slot. And gadget slot. Okay. The harvest. Short, and what was this? Revolver drum slot. Okay. I have the feeling that this one is going to be the same. Let's make sure. Tactical. Micro pistol, and then yeah, 45. Interesting. This one isn't called. Why wouldn't, or is this not 45 ACP? Oh, well, actually, yeah, it's not automatic Colt. Yeah. Pistol. It is a Colt. And the 45. It's police. It's gonna be the same. That one too. Let's make sure. Oh, yeah. Police Magnum definitely, because that's the same anyway. Short optic rail, yeah. Okay. Where's the 1911? So just pistol. Gadget, muzzle, all of these go away. X45. So pistol, gadget, 45. So no optic. Yeah. And then exact same here. 93R. So pistol and 9mm muzzle. Optics rail, no under or no gadget slot. First wave. So pistol and gadgets. No muzzle. Custom. Everything and 45. Okay. And PX. It's funny actually that the two PXs, one is a 45, one is a 9mm. That's actually the difference between them. For the rest, there's not much actually. And yeah, that's exactly what they are. Wait, which one is the 45? The T is the 45. Okay. And then they don't have a optic. So gadget, muzzle, yeah. And then this one is 9mm. D50 only has an optic slot, but which one? Short optic rail. Deceros and Snubnose. Let's actually take from one of these revolvers. Oh. What's that? Cut instead of a copy? Because the snub nose doesn't have anything, but this has a gadget slot. So let's copy this over. So drum slot, gadget slot, yeah. And then snub nose is just drum slot. And then officer, it's everything plus 9mm. Micro. And then the M4 is just muzzle, right? Yeah, muzzle. So, oh well, and the pistol and the magazine. So like that, yay! This pistol's done. Let me catch up here. I need that one too. And yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Hope everybody's enjoying their Saturday so far. Having a nice and relaxed day. For me, it's kind of a rest day. Yesterday was a long day, but it's done now, so get to relax. But yeah, definitely still feeling it a little. But from this week onward as well, it's going to actually be pretty... kind of till like August. It's actually kind of pretty relaxed for me, so I'll get to stream a lot. Also, finally some rain and stuff happened, so it's no longer just steaming to all hell. It's actually in the barrel. Let's grab this for maybe the AK or something here. Yeah. Because that heat was was a lot. So integrated magazine slot. Integrated magazine. Oh, it's integrated, not integrated. Okay. And the baskets, the 762 style, right? Actually, we can get this from the M1As. Oh, actually, good thing we checked over here. We need to actually do a pass and make sure I copied everything to everything. Although likely that's the only one, because I remember actually checking the other weapon, but then not copying it over. So yeah, long marksman 762, and then short in the rail. A muzzle slot. Custom 144. A lot of these are going to be this. Long 760. Yeah, so yeah. And 700s. It's going to be the same, and then this is going to be a sight slot. For the tactical, yeah, sight slot. That's actually the thing that kind of kills the M700 tactical. Because yeah, in that sight slot, you you can only really put like crit chance, which, you know, not really useful for a marksman rifle. SRS. Okay. Actually, wait, did I double check that this is both long? Yeah. And then this is optics rail instead of long. Marksman 760 slot, and a long. Okay. And then SRS covert, and then just this becomes short. SR-1. Oh, the SR-1 doesn't have a long run. Long optics, long underbarrel. Yeah, that's tactical 308. Hunting M44. So long. And just, oh, that's small 700 actually. So you put that there already. And then it's integrated magazine slot for this one too. So long 716, yeah. Mile 700, and that just has, yeah, long optics rail, integrated magazine, no underbarrel. 760 muzzle. Let's grab this one. Hey, last three. And then I think actually the SVD, the paratrooper has long rail, right? No, it doesn't. Huh. I got both of them are short rails. Not that matters too much for there. Let's make sure that this one's too. Yeah. G28. So this is basically long, yeah, so just take, for instance, that one. Yeah. SOCOM, I believe, is going to be the same, maybe just a different optics rail. Oh, was that a long? Yeah, long 766. And this one is optic rail. Yay! So now all the weapons have their mods assigned to them as well. And what I would want to make actually before we turn this one to video is just a graphic underneath there, and then just which mods go into which rails, just for knowing. How many technically pages is this guide? Although it's just long. Oh yeah, 28. So technically this is my longest guide. Just because it just keeps going and going. Yeah, I'm actually fine putting away the under construction. Let's make this as well. What is that? 6, 7. There we go. Nice. Yay. End of guide party. Yay. you know what? Let's kind of actually enjoying purpling it up. What's happening there? Let's continue purpling it up for a second. As we'll go back to purple. Escape button on my mouse just sometimes just spam clicks accidentally. It's kind of annoying. Actually, we do have LMGs here. Yeah, seeing as we have that, let's farm a little bit of purple. And yeah, I really wouldn't mind a better LMG. And the best way to farm for purple is with just on hard. So I've farmed a lot of... well, nowadays, if you want to, like, yeah, if you aren't like me and have all 4 character slot knots filled in and stuff, you can just craft for purple and then you can catch up pretty quick. I don't have that luxury because all the character slots are filled in here, so and I won't have access to a purple set there. But yeah, let's take purple build and just play on hard. Kind of being in line with the title as well, right? What was the title again? Being the guy who can't even solo challenging. We'll prove him right. That's why we're playing on hard. But yeah, let's actually get some purple pieces. Let's farm some. See if we can get a better LMG. Because this is the old one, like the Mark 46, and yeah, the stats on it and stuff, pretty good. Strain though, really not cutting it nowadays. At least on that LMG is not too bad, but I would so much more prefer to have Killer or Measured or... I'll even take Ranger. It's a patrol coming, a patrol going. Let's clear our backs. Incoming damage difference on hard is kind of funny. And enemies are kind of blind on purple, or on purple, on on hard. And there's actually a ton of things that difficulty does affect, and then also on top of that as well, veterancy, because yeah, normally on heroic these would all be elites. They pay a little bit more attention to things. My ass. Drop me those purple LMGs. We can finally get one. There's actually an MG5. I'd love to have MG5. That would be the dream.
Incoming hostiles detected.
It's very different as well in comparison to high-end weapons. I really want the right talent so I can actually recalibrate one of the stats. Because even if it comes God rolled, it's like
Heavily armored hostile detected.
13 weapon damage, which is like what I have here, or 10 deta. So not even the 12. So Even though stats are lower.
I can't see him.
The one thing I might try to pull together. There are sometimes also other people interested in
Made it. Should keep moving.
things like making some purple builds, and yeah, if we could do some countdowns on hard, there's actually a countdown on hard. There we can also get purples. And we can of course get a lot of them.
Incoming hostiles detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
There's shit up there.
Weird how quiet it gets here.
And like this as like purple clothes for it as well.
Damn. I kind of wish something would happen. I'm falling asleep out here.
Here, something's happening. Yeah, let's add the 3 control points here. Get a few purple LMGs and see if we get anything. I should actually pop boxes and stuff as well, because although the boxes won't scale to hard, they'll scale to normal for the targeted loot. That's not that useful. And it's nice to have that guy done now. Because then, yeah, we might actually do that. I might... Next video, definitely is gonna rework the medium mats thing and just have that be that version and just go out. What are you guys scouting out here? What you scouting? And then we'll go directly into the... Is that a convoy just spawning?
Incoming hostiles detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Nice of a control point not to hear all this. How do you miss that? How blind do you have to be?
Hostile supply convoy nearby.
A little late, Isaac. I already did some things to them. Oh, there's a second? Okay.
Heavily armored
But I
hostile
multiplay. Oh, actually, you know what I should do? One of the ways that I would definitely say it worked well in the past is floor 90. Should actually see about getting a checkpoint at floor 90 again. What's my current? 77. So, oh, okay.
Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
So that's doable. Because at floor 90 hard, the 3 bosses are guaranteed. So that's 3 targeted loot drops guaranteed. But that's usually the thing as well with like hard and stuff. I mean, it's also being solo. Solo, a lot less loot drops. That's one of the main reasons actually that Countdown is so much better for loot. There are more enemies, and because of that, there's more loot. Anyways, yeah, some at floor 90, I can just kill bosses over and over again. Where am I going? What's that? Let's use a minigun. Just because the other weapons are
Reinforcements incoming.
purples. This thing is still... Well, technically, the specialization weapons are exotic. Technically. But this thing is, you know, in a different class than a purple weapon. The downside of it is usually the fights where, you know, would go like, oh, I could really use some extra damage, like some of the named fights. Yeah, against them, of course, it's less because of the half reduction. Am I maxed out on... Okay, proficiency, everything's proficient. We're already 30 out of 90 towards the next level as well.
Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
Got a blue screen at some point. Send those this guy's coming. Oh yeah, one thing I would want to do as well is I'll see if in the coming weeks either if Toasty needs somebody to run a spot, or if even without that I might just sign up just as a carry. Get character 4, like I never had done Iron Horse on them, and then now I have, and they're kind of on that, you know, the second step of a Regulus. I already have Reguluses enough for every character, but I actually wouldn't mind getting the project done on them just to, you know, just for cleanup. You know what I should do? There's like a ton of resources there. If nothing else, we can just...
Got plenty to go around.
And now you have even more, sir.
Thanks. We should be good for a while.
Oh, that's even times 5 as well, right? Now let's go capture that last one here. There's a name group here. I might take them. The name that at least guarantee a targeted drop. But they're not home.
Hostile control point detected.
Kinda know, Isaac. It's kinda why I'm heading there. This might be... Oh, this is a 4. So that actually has no value to me because it's a 4. Because yeah, we did... The convoys that we killed there were from them. Actually, you know what? I'm kind of curious. Ah, got aggroed by something already. Yeah, let's get back to base. Let's get fully cleaned up for a sec. Let's actually try a hard countdown. I want to see actually how much it's... I remember doing a little bit of testing with hard countdowns and stuff at some point. But I don't remember shit about how it kind of went. But also, yeah, we're not going to run this. What do I actually run for that? Just tech tank.
Thanks for the deal. Glad to see you, Agent.
Because yeah, we can just set this to this and then create a hard and then start it. So I would think, is extraction still with 400s? I've never completed a hard, I think. Have I completed hard or normal countdown ever? Not sure I have. Is it definitely... So, is on hard all the hunters there? Or is it just on challenging and above? On normal, definitely it's just one hunter at the start.
Communication relay offline.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Rikers have taken the power plant. Not sure what they're trying to do with the nuclear
I love how it
reactor,
here
but they've
just
triggered
goes
the safety
directly
protocols. The plant is going into lockdown.
into Kelso.
We need to remove the virus from the control servers and restore comms.
Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes to lockdown.
Trojan virus detected. Safety protocols
Is there one there? There is.
System malfunctioning. Immediate medical assistance needed.
No med pack. Oh, really? You just sat there and did it? Okay. Maybe I should watch out. I should have grabbed something with a little bit more firepower than this. Oh, I should grab Pesty. That's what I should grab.
Serious trauma detected.
Actually, you know what? Let's reset.
Agent out of...
Because I still need to actually kill these guys. I was like, I'm just fighting. There's normal enemies. But yeah, something with a little bit of firepower can be handy. Also, I can just go into the thing, right? Like, I don't even...
System disrupted.
I don't even really need to take care of these guys. Does AI kind of give up?
System reactivated.
Oh, these guys still have quite a... Whoa.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
What? Okay. Like I teleported? Um, mm, where's that supposed to be? Again? As the automat kind of grabbed that one. But I'm not gonna per se let it through there. Yeah, that guy suddenly decided that he could teleport. But yeah, that was just a lag spike. Like, that whole time he was kind of like standing still there. He wasn't actually. And then suddenly the game went like, oh no, he's right next to you, actually. Actually. Oh, we're jammed, so. Yeah, let's actually go fight just the people. Like, I don't need these directives and stuff anyway. Let's actually go see if we can even kind of deal with enemies like this, because even on hard, it doesn't do too much in number scaling and health and damage scaling in Canton.
System breach initiated.
Oh yeah, here yeah, I should just also just swap to a Heartbreaker Tech Tank or Striker Tech Tank. When I'm running something that is not per se suited to these kind of fights.
System back online. System malfunctioning. System reactivated. System curtailed. System restored.
Because it doesn't spawn as much as you would have with 8 man and stuff. It still spawns quite a bit. And it's still scaling wise, even you know, even hard. Take a little bit of a beating. Oh, that's not working out for me.
System back online.
Sorry.
Curtailed.
I tried to interact there and just my character suddenly ran the other way. Because I couldn't path on the left side, so he just went to the right.
System malfunctioning. System. Critical systems exposed. System curtailed. 10 minutes to lock down. Evacuate the facility. Data transfer halted.
Oh shit, I'm set to skill mods.
Eliminate security limits. To override protocols.
And I'll set to ARs, which I
Incoming. High risk hostile. System reactivated. System malfunctioning. System back online.
one hit. No.
If you're not gonna kill him, then...
Area secure.
Yeah, let's change our target hit. Let's grab ARs. Oh yeah, actually, I also don't know what extraction is, what normally we would see. both teams, you know, spawning in so we know where they are. Oh yeah. So need to deal with these guys at some point.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Oh, I'll look out. God damn it.
Vital signs critical. Agent.
Also, why is this so laggy? I'm literally the only person here. It's a Europe server, but
Serious trauma detected.
don't you dare. Ah, come on.
Agent vital
He's gonna...
signs 0.
Actually, no, when I'm dead. My pesty takes away. If it was down, actually, he would have died to my pesty. I should bring it to the middle here. Yeah, these guys have like perfect sight. Even from that far away, he saw me.
System curtailed.
Well, actually, PFE would be the answer here, right? Should just be on the PFE. This guy just PFE sucks now.
Vital signs critical.
For this kind of stuff.
System reactivated.
Did I hit one of the thingies? Apparently I had. Because also hopefully here is just a Western extraction. It would suck if it's the Northern and I still have to go to one of those guys. But I don't think we're getting the main objective here. But yeah, I should have a PFE against those guys and then just swap to something to deal with groups like this. Because actually for this, I don't mind ST build like this.
Evacuate the facility. 5 minutes to lockdown.
Communication system shut down initiated. Override safety protocols to cancel.
Does it actually refresh the stack? What does that? Nice big fat targets for that.
High risk target detected.
Those greedy fucks got him.
Is that actually a name? Yeah. Smuggles. He's gonna smuggle my bestie to himself. Oh, I survived. Wasn't expecting that.
Area secure.
Agent, head to the administration building.
Actually, if the objective is set up as it normally would be, I don't have. Accidental completion of a priority.
Priority objective available, Agent.
Oh, yeah, I'm curious about the extraction. Let's actually see what the extraction is. Is it gonna spawn me 4 hunters? Oh, that'll be a lot. This is one of those game modes, like, you know, it's like playing missions on hard and stuff. Like, at least when missions, I played a bunch of missions on hard because some of them, you know, leak and such. But let's actually go this way.
System disrupted.
I should have modifiers on it. That might help.
System restored.
Well, that might also hurt. Because if one of those hunters has
Agent, you've reached the
blue,
administration building. I need you to fix the comms.
that might hurt.
Lockdown in 1 minute.
1 minute left to cancel communication systems shutdown.
What? Where's
Trojan
there?
virus detected. Safety protocols activated.
I know it's your favorite job.
Just
You
haven't
need to search
spawned
the
in.
control room and find the server.
Yeah, we don't have enough time to complete the main objective, but we can fill the main objective and still extract.
Warning. System breach. Initiating safety protocol.
Okay, go on. Does it? Die the bench. The hunter is still kind of hurt. Yeah. But yeah, it's a game mode designed for 8 people. So when you're doing it
Emergency lockdown
any of
protocol
it
is complete.
solo.
Reactor offline.
Damn it, we lost the plant. We'll need a team of engineers to get it back online. Let's get you home.
You're gonna exit
When
through
you're ready to come
here.
home, shoot off a flare.
Communication systems disabled. All communication systems now offline.
But also, yeah, I'm on hard for purple gear. We're here with the porpoise.
System malfunctioning. Siri. Heavily armed hostiles detected.
Nice, you can't hit me up here. Because it would have already destroyed me.
System back online.
It's interesting that this part is still all elites.
Vital signs critical.
So, PFE, yeah. Obvious pick.
Serious trauma detected. Agent down.
It's just one hunter? No. The other ones are back there. I should also just grab like actually be at
Immediate medical
best.
assistance needed.
Because here as well, I'm not great at weapons or such. Also, I wouldn't per se say that this is the best build choice for this, but I think I could just kill faster with a striker.
System disrupted.
Oh, hi.
Serious trauma detected.
Two of them. Yeah,
Agent
that's over.
Agent down. Neutralize that
Let's
hunter.
release. Oh, it still respawns me? Wait, what? I thought that was globally... Wait, on hard it doesn't? I learned something today. Let's catch up here for a second. Did I miss something there? I think I did. And then what do I know what to keep and what to junk? Find good traits, drop should I just extract that trait into my library? Generally, yes. You want to fill up your library first, and especially as well, sir. Fill up this, and then as much as you can. And then also you can donate to proficiency. So any weapons that you kind of pick up, you can just mark them also as junk, and then just hit this donate all junk button. I'm just gonna let this time out, because I'm not gonna get back there in time. How do you fill it up? Like you done it to the library? Yes. So whenever you have a new stat that is higher than something that you had before, you can add it into the library. And you can actually see, even from the items, once I load it up here, what you already have in the library stat-wise. So on these stats, this little orange thing at the end here, that is that little triangle, that'll be somewhere on the bar, sometimes at the start or in the middle somewhere. And that's what you have in the library. Save that. Same for talents. If you have the talent, underneath it, it has this icon. So you just want to, you can just from here already look like, oh, I got a 6 crit chance like here, and it's not a piece that is useful to me or something. Let's just put it in the library. And also when you go into the library here, yeah, you'll have the arrows showing that you have something to upgrade. Yeah, let's try that again. Let's grab character 3, where I have Striker Tech Tank and I have aggressive PFE. Well, actually, the regen PFE on character 4 would work too, right? So we could take that on the Heartbreaker Tech Tank. Really.
Nice to see you, Agent.
So, for instance, whenever you have like items, just a boot, you just go like, you can check quickly if you have, and especially maxed out stats is the ones you want to add into the library, because once you add a maxed stat out into the library, that's it. You have what you need. Then maybe the destroyed item, yeah, it destroys that item. So you do want to check first that it isn't something that you're actually gonna. Oh, also I loaded up the build and I didn't even set it up correctly. Because yeah, this should be this, and this should be this. That might have helped as well a little bit. I was wondering why my damage was so low. That explains it. But in either case, yeah, let's actually swap characters now. Yeah, let's try that again, but then with a character that has more suited builds. And then same for proficiency as well. When you mark items as junk and donate them to proficiency, yeah, it eats them up.
Entering safe area.
But the library is kind of a one-time thing. You know, you just, once it's filled up, because you just need to add it once and then you can use it forever. So over time, you know, you just get all of the stats maxed out and then you're done. And don't forget about talents as well, and adding talents. And while you don't need everything filled in and such, realistically, depending on how much of a completionist you are, yeah, you know, you still want to do it, kind of, right? Yeah, let's give that another try. Wait, my brain forgetting what we want to give it another try to. See a bunch of people playing on their hardcores there. As a good time, of course, to get some levels on hardcore as well with the 1000.
Communication relay offline.
Agent, outcasts have taken over the power plant. Lockdown procedures have been initiated. Last thing we need is a radioactive green poison.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
This time we're taking...
We need to find a way to relieve the pressure and fix the reactor's cooling system.
So admin, reactor...
Reactor unstable. Emergency
so admin,
lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes to lockdown.
Lab cooling. Yeah.
Critical pressure levels. To avert catastrophic system failure. System
Take all down theirs? I don't need to. Which one does this one give? So this is the middle one, right? Do you want that armor one, which would be on the other side? Let's see what the kill time is on this guy. Sir, could you consider bleeding? Thank you. Oh, the average way should be bleeding. Oh yeah, the diminishing weird effects thing happens, but there. At least it didn't met back. Maybe grab some graded weapons.
Shade tech detected.
Idiot thought that would save him.
Hostile striker drone detected.
Not sure the modifiers I should put in.
Hostile incinerator turret detected.
The ones I'm gonna charge up a little.
Hostile assault turret detected.
See? I can shoot.
Hostile sniper turret detected.
At my circle. Oh, I also have safety first equipped? What? Oh, this is also going to be annoying because the second I step out of this one, they're going to recapture it, of course. Because I need to capture both. Yeah, grabbing a Lexington might have been a good idea. Well, the skills are good for mementos. Yeah, I realize the issue now. Because yeah, they've recaptured that one. Because I have no good way of preventing that from happening, do I?
Hostile incinerator turret detected. Hostile assault turret detected.
Oh, this thing actually went upstairs.
Hostile striker drone detected.
Captured it all the way as well. Yeah. So we need even if we want completion, we'd want to have the right objectives.
Hostile sniper turret detected. 10 minutes to lock down. Evacuate the facility.
To stabilize cooling system.
Let me just farm these guys.
Purge required.
Now we're just farming these guys. I would much rather be in a different objective. But we don't also have the drones and stuff annoying me. Let me capture this one even.
Will suffer.
Yeah, what was one of the other objectives? It's annoying that, yeah. I always dislike that you can't see the other objectives when you're in one.
Incinerator turret detected.
Doesn't even say what that one is. Let's go over there. This one's just extra annoying, even if we're just farming the timer. Because honestly, that's likely what I'm gonna do. Just farm the timer. And hey there, Emily. Yep, exactly. No, the hunt for purple gear. I'm meaning to actually experiment a little bit with hard content. Because yeah, hard content does drop purple gear. That's also why,
System curtailed.
you know, when people go like, oh, but that tooltip says all the loot in Countdown is skill to heroic. It's just like, yeah, you forgot about normal and hard. Because also, yeah, those were added together with heroic, and that made that thing, for instance, no longer true. Man, the difference it makes the second we go to that 5th tier, 5th red tier. Although, what do I have equipped? That I have safety first equipped. What? I was actually kind of working out because I'm getting those scorcher kills.
Plant engineer down.
He got hugged, I feel. Oh, my target isn't even set correctly. No, I don't get to pull out my shield. Why is it so laggy even when I'm solo? You just even like some of the things like pulling out shield and stuff just I mean still to the server I'm back, but I feel there isn't that much data or anything happening here. I think the servers are just struggling, right? Earlier today as well we had a bunch of deltas, and then when loading back in getting queues.
Engineer down.
Engineer depressed. And also there's just not enough loot happening here. For it to be worth it.
Evacuate the facility.
This guy.
Cooling system pressure limits exceeded. Purge system to stabilize the pressure.
Does it end the spawns when he dies? I don't think so, right? I could just let him die.
System reactivated.
They will know pain.
I know it. Let's keep him alive.
Yeah, I see them.
I'm coming for you.
Hostile sniper turret detected. Hostile striker drone
Oh,
detected.
that's from next door.
Hostile incinerator turret detected. Incoming. High risk hostile.
At least when it spawns a name, so I'm guaranteed to target it. But also, yeah, that's the thing with purple loot. You're never, you know, even here. And the reduction hurts quite a bit. Yeah, you get exotics instead of. I would run sure I'd have had the purple there. But it's kind of reminding me of how annoying it is actually to grind purple gear. Because I used to run a lot of summit on hard and stuff just for the purple gear. But quite often as well, we would at least run it with like 2 or 3 people because I had a few buddies that were as silly as me. So we would just purple gang it up.
Area secure.
Thank you, Agent. I was starting to think this was it for us.
Where did I insert? I think east, right? Maybe we go back across there, get a few more kills, and then... Because we're definitely not going to be able to capture it. Because it turns out one person trying to capture 2 objectives is kind of impossible. Although now, I could turret drone hybrid it or something, leave my turret on one end. Or something, yeah. None of that sounds appealing somehow. I wonder. Downside of these things is, like, as you can see there, when I'm shooting them, I'm not getting Heartbreaker stack. Heartbreaker doesn't stack on skills. Also, Striker can just shoot this and stack. Heartbreaker can't. Because I'm looking for the people. Where is people?
Lockdown in 1 minute.
Maximum pressure limits exceeded. Cooling system failure imminent.
I think the cooling system is gonna fail.
Hostile assault turret detected.
I'm just waiting for the timeout here. And then we're gonna see about getting to extraction. 2 special ammos going down.
Incinerator turret detected.
Exactly what I wanted.
Emergency lockdown protocols complete. Reactor offline.
Hey, you tried to save the plant. We'll need all the help we can get to get it back online. Let's get you home. Helo is ready when you are.
Why am I not getting
Shoot a flare
shot?
signal for it.
Critical pressure exceeded.
These guys haven't got
System
shotguns,
purge
huh?
initiated. Cooling system shutting down.
Yeah. Let's go extract. Egg extract. Jump down there. Got a little bit of a time off of this run. Do I go PFE? I feel I'll do better with this tech tank. Oh yeah. We never took care of these two. So what's this one even? Skill cooldown? Oh, skill damage resist. Oh, both of them are here as well. Might not survive. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Malfunctioning.
That was a lot more damage than I was expecting.
System restored.
Oh, also, yeah. I see now. This guy is red. Yeah, that'll hurt. No med packs. I want you to actually die. Wait, but this was the guy was from the initial. Why did he drop loot? Actually, I realized never checked that actually. What happens to these guys after you do the thing? If you come back, do they actually drop the one named? That could be the case. Because also I can't really disengage from this guy and just run away because he's gonna murder me in my back. Weapon with that kind of stats, but I'm purple. Come on, game. Give it to me. Don't think even we're gonna...
System.
Yeah, so those were all from the initial set. Okay, so that's interesting. So wait, how does that work on heroic or on challenging? I should try that once. Leave some of the hunters alive and see if you get even more loot out of them.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I don't think I'm gonna survive any of this engagement.
System malfunctioning.
Hit him! Don't worry, you're all good. Here we go!
System restored.
I got a soldier down over here!
Shoot off a flare so Torres knows you're ready to go.
I think we can actually get extraction.
Torres is on her way.
Well, so yeah, this being hard, at most we'll be leaving with 108. Oh, there's one hunter there. Okay, nice. I don't think I'm gonna kill more here. Else I'm gonna be in trouble. Gonna be in trouble the second the disrupt happens. You know what? I just think about it.
We lost the plant. We need to find a way to
Mission
get the power
failed.
back on.
You don't see that often. Hey, we got 46 coins out of it. Yeah, that's not the yeah. Should just get a checkpoint floor 90. And then just farm on hard. Because I got some of the other gear as well. Because yeah, I especially need better purple AR and
Agent,
LMG.
I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go.
Well, actually, nowadays,
It was safer for us
I
if
would
she's
also
not
be
here.
okay with rifle. No, actually, I wouldn't be. I got to actually put the big build back. That's fine, though. We'll put that back tomorrow. We'll round that here as well as I was gonna. Don't want to make it too late. It's already a little late, but not very late.
Good to be seeing you.
We'll just jump off on a healthy time, and then yeah, tomorrow. So this thing is basically done. I might actually just consider it done for now, and then just might do some upgrades to it because yeah, now we have added in all of the mods to it and stuff, which is a thing I wanted. Because there's actually like very few places where this is done and this is done correctly with the right mod slots for everything and such in a clear way as well. So I'm happy that that's there. And then maybe in the future we add, and then maybe yeah, before the video basically, we add in a little graphic here of like which mods take which thing. And then this I can also just use as my hey, what weapon do you recommend in each category? It's basically per category, it's sorted in the order that I would recommend. So, you know, for instance, ARs, we're going Lexington, FAMAS, Fall, CTAR, F2000, and then G3, Honey Badger, M4, G36, and then it becomes a little bit of like just whatevers. But yeah, that one's at least mostly done now, so. And then yeah, tomorrow we'll work on the skill guide, which is this one. Actually, the skill guide, we started it even before the countdown guide. I realize now, looking at the numbering there. And yeah, I just want to add in the smart cover. And then also to, you know, the categories and stuff. I'm gonna redo this thing to have my own. We're gonna redo this thing to have my own. Oh yeah, the skill tracker needs to be updated at some point, and then this can kind of go into a video by itself. Yeah. Did I miss anything here? Just to make sure I didn't miss any chat or anything. Doesn't seem like, at least, I think I got it all. Yeah, let's actually, in the background, I'm going to go find somebody to raid on the Twitch end, as we always do. Or most of the times do. We don't always do it. I don't know. Let's actually go. Let me check how if they're maybe rounding out or something. Seem to be just in the mission, so they're likely gonna go for where else. Yeah, let's raid Big Red Tiger, who has raided us plenty of times. So we're gonna return the favor, and then yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll work on some of those guides and go back to just farming some purple gear, likely as well. One of the goals is going to become finishing the purple run of Brooklyn at some point. Very sure I could do it with the weapons I have now, but I wouldn't mind better ones. I definitely could use some better ones than what we have there. And then yeah, we'll just play around more with some Division and then also yeah, Monday. The global event starts in Division 1, so we'll be spending some time there. As I do enjoy my Division 1ing, and this is the last one as well, where I need to kind of get all the commendations and such, so we'll be going for that. I'll kind of be sad, actually, because after that, for the next round, there's already, they at least put a schedule, so there's a whole set of other ones coming. But yeah, I won't have any commendations or anything to do. I was actually considering maybe getting second accounts to that point as well, but I'm not sure I want to invest that kind of time there. I'd rather, yeah. There's also other places we could spend that time. But yeah, that's all future stuff. Thank you all for joining me. Hope you enjoyed this silliness of farming some purples and writing some guides. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow as always, and likely as well tomorrow I might be able to even jump on a little bit earlier, and I might be able to do that actually for a lot of these coming weeks, as it's kind of going quiet again for me. So but yeah, enough yapping for me. Thank you all for joining me. Hope to catch you all in the future, and as always, have a good night.